Man, Wikipedia moves fast. It already says on Mark Kingston's entry, previously the head coach at South Carolina. Wow, South Carolina did it. I didn't think that Ray Tanner had the cajones to make it happen. I didn't think that he would pull the plug this fast, less than 24 hours after being eliminated in the Raleigh Regional. He's gone.
You know, they could at least give him 24 hours before they change his Wikipedia bio.
Well, here's a problem I have with that, Cole. Eric Bakich's Wikipedia account still has a photo of him wearing a Michigan uniform.
Really?
Where the hell are you Tiger fans at? Can't anybody update a Wikipedia page?
You know what? I'm surprised that you still read Wikipedia.
What do you mean?
It's just you can't trust it anymore.
Well, I know, but you can get you can get coach records at his individual schools. It's really easy to find that kind of stuff there. Welcome to Wire. I'm Diesel. He's Cole Bryson, and South Carolina fans have got to be rejoicing today. The man that you all were begging for, pleading for to get his papers has been handed his walking papers after 7 seasons at South Carolina. Ding dong, Mark Kingston is gone. We had a texter earlier said that Sean Kingston is better than Mark Kingston. Maybe so. Maybe even as a baseball coach. At South Carolina, overall win percentage, 583, 464 in conference. You know, I push back on all the people who say things like that statement, you are what your record says you are, doesn't make any sense. Well, it does. He is a barely below 600 winning percentage coach at South Carolina. He was below 600 at South Florida. Shouldn't have gotten the job in the first place. I mean, his numbers are almost exact here. Win percentage at South Carolina overall, 583. Win percentage at South Florida, 561. In conference, 464 at South Carolina, 486 at South Florida. Compare that to the guy that they fired to bring him in, Chad Holbrook, was 654 overall, 547 in conference. It was time. I am happy for you, South Carolina Gamecock fans. You get to move on. You get to maybe try to go out and get the guy who's going to advance this program or bring this program back to where you want it to be. The only problem is Ray Tanner's probably going to be the one making the hire.
You know what?
That should be a scary thing if you're a South Carolina fan.
I tell you this, Diesel. I am glad that the Band-Aid was finally ripped off. If you listen to this show, you know that several weeks ago when South Carolina was peaking, I said that I do not think that Mark Kingston should be fired yet. And a few weeks later, you and I both talked about what it would take for South Carolina to change my mind, right? Well, yesterday, this past weekend was absolutely enough for me to change my mind. I tweeted out yesterday, Diesel. I tried to give Kingston the benefit of the doubt. I tried to give Kingston to the end of the year to see if they could go on a run. I tried. However, what I saw today was abysmal and uninspiring. And I absolutely, after what I saw this past weekend, I 100% think that they did the right thing. They made the right move. And I honestly, Diesel, I'll have to tell you this. I'm honestly a little surprised they did it as fast as they did. I had a little bit of doubt in Ray Tanner.
You got to get on it fast, right? I mean, there's a lot of really good coaches that are now sitting at home, watching this postseason play out. And South Carolina wanted to be the first one getting those guys in for interviews. And we're going to go over a list of some really good candidates. And if you guys have others that you want to send in, please do. 71307. Start your text with keyword fan. You can also message in on the stream on Facebook, Twitter, and on YouTube. But Cole, speaking of Twitter, I asked the question about 5 hours ago. Gamecock fans, what's scarier? Now, this was before the news broke that Mark Kingston was fired. What's scarier? Another year of Mark Kingston or the unknown Ray Tanner hire? Because Ray Tanner hired Chad Holbrook, fired Chad Holbrook, hired Mark Kingston, fired Mark Kingston.
Correct.
57% said another year of Mark Kingston was worse, scarier than an unknown hire.
Well, the problem is there was no consistency. There was no improvement. And if you look at what Ray Tanner did at South Carolina, and you and I both know this, we've talked about this a million times on this program, there was a very high bar set by Ray Tanner, and South Carolina fans, guess what? They recognize, Diesel, that they are a baseball school when they want to be, and they also recognize that they deserved better. And it didn't take long, I would say 4 to 5 years in, for South Carolina fans to go ahead and say, look, we're ready to pull the plug on Kingston. Most thought he should have been canned after last year. But I'll tell you this, I do think Mark Kingston, I think he's a good coach. I do not think he is a coach that can elevate your team to the success where they need to be. We saw him have success at UCF. It may look like he may go back there, Diesel, because that job opening is available now. What's interesting is, you said it, there are a couple of coaches out there, but there are now also a couple of colleges who have openings. That'll be really interesting to see what coaches go, and I would expect South Carolina to be very quick with their hire.
Yeah, I mean, you go back to his entire body of work here and comparing it to his overall coaching record, Mark Kingston is still propped up by what he did at Illinois State, 629 overall win percentage at Illinois State, and his total now, Cole, has dipped below 600 for all 3 of his major stops. But as of right now, Monty Lee will serve as the interim head coach. What do you do as an interim head coach in the offseason?
Recruit.
After your season's recruit? Yeah, but I mean, how do you recruit? Well, if you're saying to him, I might not be the head coach next year. That's a tough spot to be in. But granted, again, I don't think he'll be serving as the interim for long. And I don't think there's any way in hell. There's not a snowball's chance in hell that Monty Lee is the new head coach of South Carolina.
I completely disagree.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I've talked to about 4 people this morning, and I've made some phone calls, and I've also gotten some phone calls. In my opinion, right now, Monty Lee has as good a chance of getting that job as anyone.
Okay, so going through some of the big name candidates who are available. This is not an exhaustive list. This is just a handful of guys. Currently, again, interim head coach Monty Lee. He played at College of Charleston. He is head coach at Clemson. He's been on staff at South Carolina now twice. Again, he is a guy that's familiar, and if you believe Ray Tanner will do what Ray Tanner does, which is hire one of the good old boys and hire somebody he knows, then maybe he has a better chance, Cole. But there's some better names out there, and I would be, if I was a South Carolina Gamecock fan, I would be so underwhelmed and angry if Monty Lee is the next head coach at South Carolina. You look at a guy like Josh Elander, who's the associate head coach at Tennessee, a program in the SEC that has microcosm of what's happening right now, not overall, but as of right now, a program that has surpassed South Carolina. You look at Cliff Godwin at East Carolina. He was a finalist for the LSU head coaching job in 2021. Does he want to get into the SEC? Does he look at this as his great shot to get into the SEC? As of right now, it just went to commercial break, Cole. But let's see if we can get a live score here on the East Carolina Evansville region. Last I checked, okay, it is 6-5 Evansville going into the top of the 9th. So East Carolina's season could be over here in just 3 short outs. So again, if he wants to get into the SEC, Cliff Godwin at East Carolina could be a very attractive candidate. Chris Pollard at Duke, they were ACC champions this year. Chris Pollard has won everywhere he's gone. ACC is a tough conference. He won the ACC championship. I just said that. But Chris Pollard could be a guy. I mean, he could have resources that he's never had before. He never had those resources at Duke. He never had the resources at App State, but he won at both of those places regardless. So Chris Pollard could be a very attractive option.
So I want to be very clear. I do not think South Carolina should hire Monty Lee. That would not be my first choice. And in fact, Diesel, it probably wouldn't be my third choice. However, I do think that Ray Tanner, knowing how Ray Tanner operates, I do think that there is right now at least a 30% chance that Monty Lee gets the job. With him being a Gamecock guy and him being on staff previously, I would not put it past Ray Tanner. Again, I don't think they should. I know that Godwin right now and Pollard are some 2 hot names, but South Carolina fans, the moral of the story is, from what I've seen on Twitter, the people I've talked to, Diesel, South Carolina fans are all across the board. I don't care who they hire. I think South Carolina fans are going to be disappointed either way.
JD says, I do not want a Clemson retread. Elander is a good choice as well. Again, Josh
Clemson
Elander.
Retread. He's a South Carolina guy, though.
he would be a South Carolina retread. Kevin O'Sullivan at Florida, they took a run at him 7 years ago, but they couldn't get him out of Gainesville. Do they take another swing at Kevin O'Sullivan? I think he's probably relatively far down the list, but
I think so.
I think it warrants at least a conversation. You call him and see if, hey, maybe we can get you out of Gainesville this time. Tom Walter at Wake Forest is an option. The crowd favorite, Cole, what shocks me is there's not a massive groundswell for Landon Powell. And before they fired Mark Kingston, Landon Powell. That's the name we all heard constantly.
Yeah.
But today, the odd part is I've seen a lot of anti-Landon Powell tweets today, and I can't really put my finger on why. When you hated your previous head coach and you wanted him gone, and you wanted this feel-good story of Landon Powell back in, now that you have the opportunity to actually do it, at least the tweets that we've seen, again, I understand that's a small sample size. Sure. That is not indicative of how everyone feels. It's not indicative of how Ray Tanner feels. But now the things have sort of cooled off on Landon Powell.
So here's how I view South Carolina fans. They reached a very high peak of success under Ray Tanner. And regarding Landon Powell, who I did talk to this morning, by the way, and I'll get into that later, South Carolina fans, because they were at the top, because they experienced success, right now it seems as if the majority of the vocal fans, Diesel, the ones you're talking about, the ones you and I have seen on Twitter, it seems as if most of them want South Carolina to go out and get a big name, write the check, whoever it takes. They do not want somebody that's an up-and-coming assistant. They do not want somebody from a D2 program. The majority of South Carolina fans want someone who is proven, and I get that. Here's what South Carolina fans, though, Diesel, have to remember. Ray Tanner does not get to choose how much he spends on a coach. In baseball, the Board of Trustees tells Ray Tanner how much he can spend. It happened with Mark Kingston. When they hired Mark Kingston, it was a $700,000 to $800,000 range for Tanner to go out and make a hire. He was not given $1 million checkbook, so he couldn't go get us Kevin O'Sullivan from Florida. He couldn't get a big name because, let's be honest, most of the big name coaches, including Eric Backich, who they were keeping an eye on 7 years ago, he's making $1 million a year. Ray Tanner, fans have to remember that he does not get to write the check that he wants. He's told by the Board of Trustees. So what will happen this week, Diesel? Right now, what's happening is the Board of Trustees and Ray Tanner are agreeing on a price. Once they agree on a price, once the Board of Trustees look at Ray Tanner and say, this is what you can spend, then he'll go find the coach. A lot of people blame Ray Tanner for Kingston, but Ray Tanner, when he hired Kingston, was told this is what you can spend. So what do you do?
Well, here's my fear for South Carolina, Cole, is that the Board of Trustees sees the declining success of the baseball program and says, well, we can't spend any more money on this. They don't look at it and say, well, we've got to spend the money to get ourselves back where we want to be. We have to be competitive with the top salaries in college baseball if we want to get back to where we want to get back to. And Cole, we're seeing it across every business. We're seeing it in this industry. We're seeing it everywhere. The companies are saving money and they're spreading duties around more people. You know, somebody gets fired, they don't replace them with somebody else who has the skills to do the job. They spread those duties to everybody else around them. They spread everyone else thin. They don't give them any more money while they're doing it. But that's one thing I'm afraid of if I'm a South Carolina fan, is that the Board of Trustees says, okay, well, now we're gonna make the $600,000 that Mark Kingston was making at South Carolina. That is now your ceiling. So you cannot spend more than that. So I think South Carolina, if that's the way the Board of Trustees chooses to go, South Carolina has no choice but to hire an up-and-coming coach and hope that they strike lightning in a bottle and have them prove it to them over the course of 2 or 3 seasons and then pay the guy down the road.
Yeah.
You know, they fancy themselves a program that's playing at an elite national level year in and year out. But the question is, are they willing to spend like it? So let's read some of these text messages that are coming in at 71307. Start your text with keyword fan. We're talking about Mark Kingston being fired as the head baseball coach at South Carolina, a sub 600 record for his tenure there in 7 seasons. Texter says, time to bring in Landon Powell from North Greenville. Shane and Duncan says, if you're getting ready for work today, then you're probably not Mark Kingston.
Dang, Shane.
That's mean,
that's tough.
Shane. Texter says, Tanner is an awful AD. He will screw it up. Same texter says, Monty is awful. Tanner will take the easy way out.
So, Diesel, here's what I want everyone to understand. You know how you and I have seen today? As soon as Kingston got fired, one of the very first things that we saw was what? Lists. Every journalist across the state's putting together a list, right? And rightfully so. There should be a list of guys. However, I'll tell you where people are making a mistake. They're putting together a list of 5 guys, right? When they should be saying, okay, if the budget is 6 to 8, here's a list. If the budget's 8 to 1.2, here's the list. You can't put together a list and generalize it for the entire budget of what you're allowed to spend on the next head coach. You have to understand that you have to be told, Ray Tanner's going to be told what he can spend, and Mark Kingston was probably not the guy Ray Tanner wanted to hire 7 years ago. Newsflash for you. He probably wasn't. However, within the budget that he was told, Mark Kingston was the guy. To your point, Diesel, they wanted to bank on Mark Kingston being an up-and-coming coach. They wanted to bank on having to pay him later on down the road. However, that didn't pan out, right?
But South Carolina is trying to clip coupons to get their next head coach, and that's a scary thing.
Well, what South Carolina fans should hope for, to your point, what Gamecock fans should really, really hope for is that the Board of Trustees says, look, we didn't let you, Ray, spend what you needed to spend last time we did this. Here's an open checkbook. Go get who you want. And guess what? If they do that and it doesn't work out, it's on Ray. But you can't put Kingston's failure 100% on Ray Tanner because he had to hire who the Board of Trustees told him he could afford. So Ray, if he gets an open checkbook, guess what? South Carolina can go get a guy. And we'll get to this later in the show, Diesel, because we had a million arguments on it about Landon Powell yesterday on Twitter. But Landon Powell is a guy you could get for a hometown discount like you and I talked about last week. I know Chris Phillips, who we're going to try to have on tomorrow, he says that on Twitter, there's no way and you know where that he'd hire Landon Powell. And we'll get into that later in the show. But I think that there's a lot to be said, Diesel, for whatever reason. Gamecock fans don't want the up-and-coming guy. They want a proven winner.
Yeah, and I'm Googling trying to find Chris Pollard's new contract at Duke. Unfortunately, Duke, being a private institution, does not have to reveal that number, but he was offered a contract extension last year that runs through 2025. I'm sure it's a big number. You know, Duke's going to spend all their money on basketball first, football second, baseball third. I'm sure it's a big number. I don't know if South Carolina is willing to spend. Do they have it? Yeah, I'm sure they do. They do have it. But are they willing to spend what it takes to go get the best coach they can possibly get? I don't know, Cole. I mean, you know, you look at the hiring process that they went through for football, the hiring process that they went through for men's basketball. They've been hiring coaches with a lack of major college experience. And it seems like that's just the culture that South Carolina is going for.
Sherb on the text line weighs in and says, hey, guys, Cliff Godwin, ECU, might be the next baseball head coach. Sherb, I know that's a name going around, as there are a lot of names going around right now. And he may be. If Ray Tanner's given that open checkbook, a guy like Godwin may be. However, I don't know that I have a ton of faith in the Board of Trustees.
And we can tell you that, well, they could call him right now. Evansville has just eliminated East Carolina in the championship game. Wow.
East Carolina goes down. How about that?
ECU goes down to Evansville, a program that had high hopes this year, hosting a regional. Couldn't get it done in their home ballpark.
So it's interesting. What does South Carolina do now? We will see what they do as time goes on. We'll continue to talk about this on the show. However, very next segment, we want to get into what happened last night at Clemson. I was there. They are advancing to a super regional, and it seems like Eric Backett, speaking of coaches, has his team playing really good ball, and he turned that program around rather quickly. He's Diesel. I'm Cole Bryson, and this is The Fan Upstate. We're going to have some Eric Bakich audio for you momentarily. He's Diesel. I'm Cole Bryson. This is Wire to Wire. We talked about South Carolina. We'll get back into Mark Kingston being fired. We know that is the hot topic of the day. But last night, Diesel, we saw Clemson advance past Coastal Carolina to punch their ticket to the Super Regional. The winner, obviously, of the Florida-Oklahoma State game today will travel to Clemson. But what a time for Clemson. What a time for Eric Bakich. It goes to show that if you get the right guy, it doesn't take as long as people think to turn the thing around, right?
Not with the portal.
Not with the portal. And, things got hairy last night. But to me, and I was there, so I'll get into it, the details after we hear this audio from Eric Bakich. But the moral of the story is Clemson's bats, when they get hot, Diesel, when they decide to hit, they can hang with anybody, and they showed that last night.
Yeah, they needed some late-game heroics, Cole. And, I had somebody arguing with me on Twitter last night about Clemson's bullpen putting them in a tight spot. I tweeted this out. This was obviously top of the eighth. Clemson had given up, I think, 3 runs in the top of the eighth to Coastal Carolina, brought it back to within a 1-run ball game. And I tweeted once again, Clemson hitting has to bail out Clemson's terrible relief pitching.
Yeah.
Get Cannarella a new NIL deal. This is right after Cannarella hit his home run there in the bottom half of the eighth. And I had people pushing back on me. What do you mean? What do you mean? That's a reach. I'm like, dude, you gave up 3 runs in the bottom of the eighth or top of the eighth to make it a 1-run ball game. How is that even a question? How is this even something worth arguing over? Of course, we know what happened after that. Clemson's bats got white hot. They batted all the way around the order. And obviously, they blew the game wide open, and Coastal didn't stand a chance to get back into this thing. But that's going to be a problem for Clemson down the stretch if the bats aren't out there putting up. What did they put up? 6 runs in the bottom of the eighth there.
One of the things that we talked about several times leading up to the regionals, and I said it in a promo. Look, Clemson, when they're at their best, they're scoring, 8 to 12 runs, Diesel. However, we asked Don Munson about it a couple of weeks ago. Was the pitching something that was a concern? And right now, I would say that, is it a concern? Yes. Is it a major concern for me? It's not a major concern. I would say on a scale of 1 to 10 right now in terms of how concerned am I about Clemson's pitching, I'd probably say, Diesel, 3 to 4 if I had to really put a number on it. So I'm concerned about it, but it's not a major concern.
Based on what? How well they're hitting?
How well they're hitting and they're pitching, they're not blowing games.
Right. Well, you can't, think about what happened last year with the Atlanta Braves in the postseason. They were playing white hot. They were hitting white hot. They get into the postseason and, well, the hitting stopped because they took some time off. Now, it's not exactly the same situation going on with Clemson in this postseason. But if you are relying on your bats to give you 8 or 9 runs to give you a chance to win ball games, especially against the better performing schools, you're going to have yourself a hard time.
Well, it's college baseball. I think that there's most teams out there. I mean, you look at LSU Walford over the weekend. I'm not saying you need to score 8 to 12 every game. Yeah, you want to have good pitching. And again, don't hear me say that college pitching isn't good. But in college baseball, if you watched any baseball over the weekend, you saw a lot of runs, man. And you know what? You've got to be able to score. To your point, Diesel, you're right. You have to be able to slow down some of these guys, especially if Clemson were to draw Florida. Florida tattooed the ball all weekend. Their pitching needs to be better. I just wouldn't say it's a huge concern for me right now. Ethan Darden, 4.5 innings pitched yesterday. He allowed 5 hits. They did have 2 of those 2 runs were earned runs, and there were a couple unearned as well. Listen, Ethan Darden, 4.2 ERA, give or take. Sometimes it goes up to 5. He's not the best pitcher in the world for Clemson.
The college game is designed for you to score a bunch of runs.
It is.
You're playing with aluminum bats. You're designed to score a lot of runs.
Cam Cannarella, though, man, there's not a guy that I can think of off the top of my head, Diesel, who has such an impact that Cam Cannarella does for Clemson. It just seems like, for whatever reason, when they need a play, when they need a guy to step up, when they need someone to come in and just put the game on take the game over, if you will. Cam Canarella is that guy. And you know what? If you make deep postseason runs, Diesel, you've got to have a guy like that. I'm not saying your pitching has to be elite. Clemson has to have good enough pitching to get to the Supers, obviously, to get to Omaha. But I'm just saying that when you have guys like Cam Canarella, I think that sometimes the offense can cover up a little bit of the pitching deficiencies. They were fantastic last night at the plate. When they get hot, man, when they get into a rhythm, they're a scary team. I want to hear what Eric Bakich had to say last night after the win. Here is EB.
First thing I'd like to do is congratulate Coach Gilmore on a Hall of Fame, incredible career, inspirational career to a lot of young coaches like myself that admired the program that he has built from afar, and now seeing it up close in the state, and just know how hard it is to reach that level, and to a guy like that and a program like that that's consistently in the hunt to go to Omaha, and then when they won it all in 2016, just incredible legacy that he leaves behind. So just wanted to acknowledge him and the great team that they had and have always had, the program that they've always had. I also would like to just, from the bottom of all of our hearts, our entire team, Team 127, the electricity at DKS this weekend was another level. I knew we had more in there, but to see it come out and see the cell phone lights like we're at a concert, and it's just, the place was rocking. It was the best atmosphere I've ever seen it. And just appreciate the fans, the crowd, the community. So happy that our team, our players were able to contribute some memories that the kids and the people of this community will take with them forever. And just know.
So that's Eric Bakich postgame. Diesel, I want to say something, and I don't want Clemson fans to take offense to it, but I do believe that Clemson was very fortunate this weekend to be in the regional that they were in, okay? You had to get past High Point and Coastal Carolina. That's no disrespect to High Point. That's no disrespect to Coastal Carolina. But let's be honest. Let's call it like it is here. Clemson did not have to play a lot of the other teams and other regionals that gave teams fits this weekend, especially 3 and 4 seeds. Coastal and High Point were two good teams, but I just believe that sometimes you have to call a spade and say Clemson was in a very good regional, but it wasn't the best regional.
I mean, it's always the luck of the draw, right? You never know exactly who's going to go in. You can't make sure that every team who hosts faces an exact same, like how would you even put together a relative equal strength of schedule there?
Tough.
I mean,
you play who you have to play, right?
Play who you have to play. And it's just, it happens that way, man. Like you never quite know, but to Eric Bakich's point there, talking about the atmosphere at Doug Kingsmore, I was getting strong Young Life vibes watching that. They were blasting Party in the USA, like 15-year-old Miley Cyrus. What's going on down there, man? That is not an intimidating atmosphere at all at Doug Kingsmore Stadium. So it was like reading a young adult novel.
I will say this about the atmosphere last night. I would not say that Doug Kingsmore is intimidating, but I will say that of all the college athletic events that I've been to in my life, last night was at the top in terms of top 5. Electricity, environment, Diesel. I have not experienced a baseball game at the college level like I experienced last night. The electricity, the crowd, the energy was phenomenal. And listen, that goes a long way to playing into those players, right? Being at home helps, especially behind, 34,000 people announced or something like that today. And I'll find that exact number in a minute. But, man, it was unbelievable last night. So, yeah, I'll tell you this. If Clemson has Florida, and that's who they end up playing in the Super Regional, I like Clemson's chances just because they're at home. No, it's not intimidating, but, man, the electricity last night in that stadium for a college baseball game, I had goosebumps thinking about it last night on the way home, Diesel. That is a huge play for Clemson to be at home.
On that note, still tied 0-0, Oklahoma State, Florida, bottom of the second inning. remember Florida is one of those teams that was on the bubble.
They were.
A lot of people said shouldn't even be in here. So if Florida wins this thing and advances, maybe you have to start looking at Florida as sort of a team of destiny, playing as hot and playing for their lives right now. There's something to that. I don't know exactly what it is. Just, playing with house money, playing loose, playing free. You got to like Florida's chances against Clemson.
Well, in baseball, you get hot at the right time, and a lot of things can happen. Now, here's a conversation that's interesting, Diesel. We were having this last night at the game. I was having this with some Clemson fans. And you can let us know on the text line, 71307, start your text with the word fan. But Clemson fans were debating who they'd rather face, Florida or Oklahoma State. I am a very big proponent that Clemson would much rather have Florida, who was highly inconsistent all year, than Oklahoma State, who I look at as a very high national power. I don't know where you stand on that, Diesel, but they're both good. They're both really good teams. I think I'd just rather have Florida.
42-win baseball team in a good Power 5 conference. By the way, shout out to Eric Bakich with one more win, Cole. He surpasses his first-year win total at Clemson, tied 44 wins last year, 44 wins this year. He has a chance to make this a really special season for Clemson. And they're playing as good as they need to. As much as you and I will parse words and say, "Oh, the pitching needs to be better, the hitting needs to be better." All you got to do is win by one, right?
That's
all
right.
you got to do is survive and advance, and that's what I love about postseason baseball. This is my favorite postseason. Yes, I think it's better than March Madness. I love the regional. I love the structure. I love the upsets. I love seeing elite mid-major teams beating power teams at their place. I mean, it's just absolutely fantastic.
So on that note, I'll completely agree with you. I don't care what anybody says. Baseball, with it being about pitching, anything can happen. Yes, I know in March Madness you see upsets, but I'm with you. I love the way that college baseball is designed, especially regionally. Now, one concern, we were talking about Clemson's concerns going forward. We talked about pitching. The only thing I would say, Diesel, is several times this year, I think it's 20 plus, when they've gotten down, they've had to mount late game comebacks. Mm-hmm. I think that's fantastic. There's nothing wrong with that.
Hey, you've got that under your belt. You have you know that you have the ability to do that. So any team that knows that they can score runs late in games to go out and get wins is a dangerous team.
However, I do think that Clemson is at their best when they put teams away. Last night, Coastal, we talked about it. Coastal did climb their way back in it. Things got hairy in the 8th. Clemson didn't put Coastal away. Clemson didn't step on their throat like I thought they could have. It did seem like a little bit of the energy died down when they got a lead. So from that perspective, obviously, if Clemson's up, you got to put them away. But I will be interested to see, Diesel, if when we get to the Super Regional in a 3-game series, if Clemson does get in a situation where they're down and they do have to rely on what has seemed like a magical run this year of Clemson being able to come back and mount comebacks late. I like Clemson and the Supers. It doesn't matter if it's Oklahoma State or Florida. And that game today obviously is underway right now, Diesel, but you got to like their chances. When they're able to hit the ball like they do, it seems like they're unstoppable. And obviously they've had some losses this year and some tough weekends, but they're hitting their stride, man. They're a really tough team, and I think them being at home goes a long way.
What are your thoughts on Clemson advancing out of the regional, going to the Super? What are your thoughts on South Carolina firing Mark Kingston? Who do you want to see in that role? You could text us 71307. Start your text with keyword fan. You could also give us a call at 844-FAN-PHONE. That's 844-326-3663. The renewal by Anderson of the Carolinas fan phone. When we come back, Cole, we're going to react to the rest of the college baseball regionals, who kind of skated through, who found themselves in a tough spot, and some of our big surprises through the first round of the college baseball postseason. And a little reminder, coming up at 4:20, we'll bring on Jack Veltri from Gamecock Central. So if you got questions for him, very deep diving questions on the South Carolina baseball program, now would be a great time to get them to us. All that and more coming up on the other side right here on the Fan Upstate. Cole and I both agree. Do you agree that college baseball regionals is the best postseason in college sports? It sure as hell beats whatever this 12, 14 plus college football playoff is eventually going to be.
Oh, come on, Diesel.
It beats. Yeah, I mean, I'm talking about for the merits of what it is, right? I'm not talking about the money that it's going to generate, because obviously postseason baseball will never generate the kind of money that the college football playoff will.
Correct. Yeah.
But I like it more. I like it a lot more than I like the NCAA tournament, because I believe that the regional process is the most democratic way to find a national champion. Elite teams from every conference have chances to get in.
Mm-hmm.
All you have to do is be really good at your level and not be College of Charleston. Is it too soon?
Too soon.
Too soon on that, Cole?
Too soon. Chad Holbrook didn't like that comment.
But the truth is, Cole, you know, like a lot of these teams, they got their chance. They won games in this tournament, but we did have a lot of scratch on the first weekend of the college baseball postseason tournament. I mean, a lot of big programs advanced unscathed out of their region. Tennessee advanced undefeated. Kentucky advanced undefeated. A&M, Clemson, Georgia, though Georgia did need 10 innings last night against Georgia Tech, and a crazy play at first with the bases loaded, 2 outs, crazy play at first. Picturing it, remembering it back in my head, there was a ground ball sort of up the middle. Pitcher received the throw, and he slid in foot first to get to the bag before the Georgia Tech runner did. They went back and they reviewed it, but there was nothing really to review. I think the light sort of glistened off the pitcher's glove, and they thought maybe the ball had come out. But, man, he had a hold of that ball, and Georgia, again, in 10 innings, did get past Georgia Tech. Florida State, undefeated. NC State, undefeated. Virginia, undefeated. So, I mean, a lot of scratch right there, right?
So I think the most interesting regional for me was the Greenville regional. East Carolina defeating Wake Forest. I said last week that I thought Wake Forest would get out of the regional. I said, mark it down. They're getting out. And guess what? They didn't. And then Evansville coming out of nowhere, defeating VCU. And then defeating ECU today. It's unbelievable that in college baseball, a team like Evansville can make a run of the Super. Wake Forest, in my opinion, absolutely dropped the ball. It was not a good weekend for them.
Yeah, it was a bad weekend for Arkansas, who did not reach the championship game in their own regional. West Virginia advanced out of the Tucson region by defeating Grand Canyon. So Tucson, that would have been Arizona, I guess. They didn't get out. And Oregon advanced out of the Santa Barbara region yesterday with a 3-0 win over UC Santa Barbara. Couple of game sevens tonight. Game 7, not in the basketball hockey sense, but in game 7 of the overall regional. UConn versus Oklahoma, 9:00 first pitch on that game. Game 7 in the Chapel Hill regional. UNC versus LSU at 6. Oklahoma State versus Florida. That game is in progress right now.
0-0.
Still 0-0. Top of the third. And of course, you just said it, Evansville advanced past East Carolina to send ECU home. Could ECU's head coach be the next head Gamecock in charge?
Diesel, I was very interested in North Carolina over the weekend. LSU was a team that was very inconsistent in SEC play. They won 40 games overall, but when it comes to SEC play, they only won 13 conference games. So LSU was not a team that I thought could have the run that they've had. They did have Wofford twice, and I'm not saying Wofford's a gimme, but LSU all of a sudden now tonight at 6
Wofford had him on the ropes too.
Had him on the ropes twice, yeah. Had him on the ropes. We're leading in both games. Shout out to the Terriers, first ever postseason win and history of the program. So North Carolina LSU tonight's intriguing. LSU's a team, in my opinion, very similar to Florida, coming out of the SEC that didn't have the best year, didn't have the best conference play, Diesel. However, they did get hot. The bats got hot. They've scored a lot of runs this weekend. They've had to come from behind. North Carolina, I'm not saying they're a liability, but right now I do think this game tonight at 6:00 is a very, very winnable game for LSU.
Yeah, and we're in a position, Cole, where we're going to see, again, chalk. A lot of these big programs, especially coming out of the SEC and the ACC, advancing to the Supers, and we're going to finally get a chance to see a lot of these teams face off in the supers for their chance to advance to Omaha.
Mhm.
I'm not sure, Cole, out of what we've gotten so far, that we're gonna see any kind of Cinderellas this year. I mean, it's gonna be tough for UConn to get past Oklahoma. Outside of that, Evansville, I mean, do we really think Evansville has a chance to advance again through the supers? But granted, we said the same thing about Coastal Carolina in 2016, and they just went and won the whole damn thing.
And
right?
Campbell was a team that made a run. Kentucky right now looks like a team to beat. I know that for the most of the season, they were top 3 Diesel in the country, top 5, a very good Kentucky team. I do think that there were 2 teams over the weekend that stood out to me that almost look invincible. And I say that, and they'll probably lose in the supers, right? But Tennessee, Diesel, and Kentucky, to me, both look like teams that are on a tear. Georgia, I get that they got hot toward the end of the season, but they struggled to put Georgia Tech away last night in 10 innings. NC State, they beat James Madison. I like the Wolfpack. I don't think they're a dark horse by any stretch of the imagination because they've had a heck of a season. I just look at a team like Tennessee, teams like Kentucky. They're battle-tested, and those 2, in my opinion, are ones to keep your eye on. And also throw Virginia in there. Virginia's a really good baseball team, and I think these super regionals, Diesel, in the first 7 games of the regionals, we got some good matchups, but I think in the supers you're going to see some highly competitive, really good quality baseball.
I wonder if this is when we see pitching finally come out. They're going to throw their best pitchers at this. And will these pitchers be able to shut down powerhouse lineups? I don't know, man. I think we're going to see a lot of fireworks. We're going to see a lot of home runs in the supers. I just can't fathom anybody saying that the postseason for college baseball is boring, is dull, doesn't put these teams through the gauntlet and make them go out and win. I love it. I think it's better than I think it's better than March Madness. I can't stand the one and done, one bid league system that so many conferences are stuck in college basketball, and putting so many of these middling Power 5 teams. I mean, granted, you got Florida, who has a chance to advance to the supers with a win over Oklahoma State, and they were a middling Power 5 program, best conference in college baseball, no doubt.
So that leads me, Diesel, what you just said about Florida leads me to this question. And I want to ask this question to our Clemson fans in the audience. And I want you to give me your opinion as well, Diesel, because I think it's fascinating. If you're a Clemson fan out there, would you rather in the supers, would you rather host a team that just got hot, or would you rather host Mr. Consistent, a team like Oklahoma State that's been really good all year? Would you rather get the team that was inconsistent during the SEC and got hot toward the end of the season, got hot in the regionals, or would you rather face the Mr. Consistent? I'd rather face the Mr. Consistent.
Well, you have a better chance, or you have a better opportunity to look and know what it is you have to do, right?
Correct.
You get a sense. I mean, playing against conference opponents. I'm looking back here: 9 runs, 10 runs, 4 runs, 6, 7, 9, 20 against Houston. Oh man! So you're gonna have to put up some runs against Houston. You know that you're gonna have to put up at least 8 if you want to have a chance to beat Oklahoma State.
All right, coming up in the very next hour on Wire to Wire, we're going to continue the conversation. A ton of college baseball, obviously, to get to, but I have some audio. Diesel, this next segment's going to be fascinating. We're going to get a lot of feedback. Go ahead and get those thumbs ready to text because this one's going to be a good one. Gary Gilmore sounded off last night after the Clemson loss on college athletics and NIL. Your reaction, our reaction next. Gary Gilmore, man, he sent shockwaves on social media last night. He said something that there's a lot of reaction to. I saw it last night on Twitter on the way home from the Clemson game. Diesel, you and I have talked about this on this show many, many times. However, we are seeing a consistent trend of coaches who are, most of them are older in age, become frustrated and upset with the way college athletics as a whole are headed. And Gary Gilmore, like Nick Saban, like a lot of coaches out there, Gary Gilmore, I'm not saying this went into his retirement. I'm not saying this is why he retired, but this audio is fascinating, and I want you to hear what Gary Gilmore had to say last night about NIL. Here's Gary.
Had a system where everyone was a free agent every year. You realize what chaos would be? It would go away. You wouldn't have those three sports. If you did, baseball, it'd be the Yankees, the Red Sox, the Dodgers, Texas, and the rest of the teams couldn't compete because they would spend every amount of money they needed to spend to do it. And that's what's going on right now. There's not a level playing field. It's just ridiculous for me. Much as I'm going to miss the kids, and I'm going to miss the heck out of them, dealing with that mess, I'm telling you right now. The fact that there are teams in college baseball giving $2+ million of NIL money away. Come on, man. It's just, a real system would be one where they get a little bit of money, but then they put money in trust and this and that, so that you have like the horror stories you see in the NFL and then in different places. Major League Baseball gets big signing bonuses, and boom, 5-10 years later they're broke. They don't have a dime. They don't have an education. They don't have anything. There has to be a better way. It's not just who can raise the most money and give it away. There has to be a better way because, like I said, professional sports would go in the toilet in a hurry if we use this system. This is me as a college coach. This is what I have to deal with. You can sign your returning players to a scholarship, which binds you to them, but they come around in July and go, I'm going to go into Portland. I'm up in the Cape, and somebody's going to give me a big NIL deal, and you were held accountable, coach. You had to honor that scholarship you gave me, but now I'm going to go into Portland and leave you hanging. That's a messed up system.
So, Diesel, we're going to get obviously to Mark Kingston because that's the hot topic of the day. But I ask you the question: is Gary Gilmore wrong?
No, he's not. He's not wrong. All coaches are struggling in dealing with this. Some have just chosen the public route of, well, I can't say anything negative about NIL because it'll be used against me. I have to pretend, I have to lie to the public and say, I love NIL. Mm-hmm. I love all these opportunities that it's creating. When really, they're pulling their hair out behind the scenes, trying to think, oh my God, who's going to be my first baseman? Oh my God, who am I going to get to play center this year because my center who I was banking on just left? Oh my God, who's my quarterback going to be?
Yeah.
Because a guy that I was planning on being here and I've spent 2 years developing and hundreds of thousands of dollars when you talk about institutional input can just poof, disappear, go somewhere else. It's a really tough spot to be, Cole. Mm-hmm. And are you surprised in any way, shape, or form that as this NIL landscape continues to evolve and as the transfer portal landscape continues to evolve and player empowerment continues to evolve, that the rules or the lack thereof is shifting to make it easier for big programs to just outspend everybody else?
Yeah. Shocker, right?
That's the way, that's the way it's always been done, right? The rich programs always get richer. They never, ever, ever do anything that will cede power or shift the landscape back towards to where it's more equal. And that's something that I'm afraid of for Gary Gilmore's sport in college baseball. I'm afraid, Cole, that with this new House versus NCAA settlement and the shift from scholarship limits to roster caps, is going to destroy what we love about college baseball, what we love about the postseason. Right now, they're allowed to give out 11.7 scholarships spread across 27 roster spots that can be on scholarship, 39 max. Well, the rules have been proposed to change that from a scholarship limit to a roster cap that will allow schools who choose to fully fund all 27 of those scholarships. So if Mississippi State or LSU, schools that have the money, schools that have a tremendous amount of money, if they choose to, they can say, guess what? We're going to fully fund every single one of these scholarships. So all 27 roster spots on our baseball team will be fully funded 100% scholarship, where that's what some schools were able to use. That's something Louisiana Tech might have been able to use to get a guy to come to Louisiana Tech rather than going to LSU and saying, hey, guess what? You come here, we're going to give you a 30% scholarship. Compare that to what LSU is able to give you, which is only a 10% scholarship.
Diesel.
Yeah, you can forego going to the bigger program by coming here, still getting your opportunity to play in postseason, and coming out of school with a lot less debt.
I think Gary Gilmore last night hit the nail on the head. I love the way that he put in my opinion, a very good comparison to the pro league. I think Gary Gilmore hit the nail on the head, and I do think that there are coaches who are getting older, who are not willing to adapt and become fond of NIL, correct? I think there are coaches that are just saying, look, I'm at the point where I can retire. I've talked to coaches on a lower level, but I've talked to coaches personally, college coaches on a lower level who are dealing with some of the same ramifications, who have said, look, I'm at the end of my career. I'm not going to be in this much longer. I'm going to go ahead and call it quits. I will tell you, I do not know that NIL was the deciding factor for Gary Gilmore hanging it up, but I can tell you this. In 2016, when Coastal won it all, there were a lot of rumors then, Diesel, that Gary Gilmore was going to hang it up after 2016. Then the assistant coach came in that's going to take Gary Gilmore's spot. He decided to stay for, 7 more years? I don't know. I have no insider information that NIL was a contributing factor, but I'll just tell you this. I think it was a factor. I really do. And there are a lot more coaches who are going to continue to quit and retire. And Mitchell, I see your text. Mitchell says, funny how Dabo says the same thing about NIL and gets pushback. Mitchell, the pushback with Dabo is the portal, not NIL. Dabo and Clemson, if you do not know, they use NIL. They have an entire hallway, an entire department dedicated to NIL. What Dabo Sweeney gets pushback on is his inability to adapt to the portal, Mitchell. So again, I'm not saying that I love it. You and I have talked about it 100 times, but it's a factor in coaches retiring.
Yeah, and you feel for the coaches who have been at this, and it's the coaches who have been where they are for a long time. They're the ones who are, I wouldn't say struggling. That's not the right word, but are pushing back on NIL the most. There's a young crop of coaches, and hey, things always change, right?
Sure.
Things always evolve. There are things I'm sure that Nick Saban was doing, even as a young coach, that coaches who are around 10 to 20 years before him had a problem with. I mean, think about the move to the spread offense, to the options, to the RPOs. There were coaches who had a big problem with that. There were coaches at one point, Cole, who wanted to ban the forward pass. Yeah. I'm sure of it, because it's not the way they came up coaching, right? It's not the game they know and love and have dedicated their lives to. And you don't want to be callous and crass enough to it and say, well, okay, if you don't like it, GTFO. But, I mean, that's kind of the way of the world. Things always change and things always evolve, and they very rarely evolve to a more conservative way of doing things.
All right, so we've talked about Gary Gilmore. We've talked about his stance on NIL. You heard the audio from Gary Gilmore last night. But I do want to get back into it, Diesel. This is the hottest topic of the day, obviously. You and I both woke up today, and I'm sure we had similar thoughts of, I wonder if Ray Tanner is actually going to do it, right? Is Ray Tanner going to actually pull the trigger, rip the Band-Aid off, and fire Mark Kingston? Well, guess what?
That was the subject of my sports spin that's going to air tomorrow, Cole. I was asking that very question.
That you had to redo,
Does
right?
he have it in him to do it? And then I had to redo it because you text me and say, hey, by the way, 10 minutes ago, Kingston was fired.
Did you email Ray Tanner and voice your opinion that you had to redo your sports
Come
bit?
on, Ray.
So here's what's fascinating, right? We could spend all 4 hours on this today. But what's fascinating, Diesel, now that you and I have both had a little bit of time to chew on it, right? Kingston, we know that by 95% of the Gamecock fan base was not liked. We know that South Carolina fans do believe that they are Alabama in the sense of being able to compete every year for the World Series. They think that they should be in the World Series every single year, World Series or bust, because of what Ray Tanner did. And that's fair because he did set a really high mark, right? However, it all comes down to, now that Mark Kingston is gone, our Tolos, our audience out there, it all comes down to how much the Board of Trustees is willing to let Ray Tanner spend. I do want to hear from you, Tolo. 71307. Start your text with the word fan. Diesel and I will get to these texts as they come in. But go ahead, fire away right now. Phone lines open as well, 844-FAN-PHONE. That's 844-326-3663. If you're a Gamecock fan and you're listening, who do you want leading your program? Chime in now. Go.
I do have a question for you, Cole, as you seem to know a little bit more about this than I do. Is that something that you would say is pretty standard across the board at every SEC school? Is that something very unique to South Carolina?
It's a great question. Very good question.
Because if every school has to deal with this, I mean, Board of Trustees will make their own decision on a school-by-school basis, but they've been doing that at every sport for every sport at every level, right?
It is a school-by-school basis. It is. And each school, Diesel, is set up differently. Now, listen, the Board of Trustees are involved at every school, right? But the Board of Trustees involvement level is different at every school because South Carolina, they seem to have a very involved Board of Trustees when it comes to baseball. And you know what? I've heard the argument. I've heard it. You've heard it already today. They need to let Ray Tanner write the checkbook because for whatever reason, South Carolina fans don't want to give a guy. I think 50% of them want Landon Powell. Jacob chimes on the stream and says Landon Powell. I think Diesel, 50% of them want Landon. And then I think another 50 want them to go get the next big name coach.
It's a gamble. I mean, you never know. Hiring a head coach is always a gamble. You go back to the hiring of Mark Kingston and you say, well, that you're gambling on a really bad hand there. You're hitting on 17. That's not really a smart thing to do. It's a tough spot for this university. I mean, how much are you willing to spend? How much are you, what are you really willing to do to compete? Obviously, South Carolina has elite facilities, and I'm sure they could sweeten the deal in a million different ways.
Mm-hmm.
Give them access to a Diners Club card. You give them a Mercedes to drive around in, all those things. But hey, every school is offering those things. At least every big player is offering those things. When you start listening and reading off the list of extras that head coaches receive on top of their salaries, I mean, it's like adding another $200,000 to their salary. CJ from Greer texts in and says he wants Landon Powell.
There's two.
And Landon Powell may be the answer, Cole, if you don't really have that much money to spend.
I agree with you.
And it's just, what does the Board of Trustees want this baseball program to be? How much are they really willing to gamble on it?
Where do you stand, Diesel, on the back and forth that Chris Phillips, who, again, we're going to try to have on tomorrow, who does a great job with SEC Unfiltered. He and I got into a debate last night on Twitter, and we ended up texting about it and went on pretty late about it, going back and forth on text conversation, Diesel, about Landon Powell.
Mm-hmm.
Chris Phillips said yesterday on Twitter, and I think that I do not think Chris is the only one that feels this way. Let me be very clear. He said that hiring a guy like Landon Powell would be a massive mistake, a terrible hire for the University of South Carolina.
Based on what?
Well, based on that he has no proof that he can go to the D1 level and win. And we can ask him about it tomorrow. I'm sure the entire conversation tomorrow will be about this, right?
Okay.
But I think that there are a large contingent, Diesel, of Gamecock fans that believe that they have to go get someone who's proven. But you know what I say to that? Lamont Paris. You know?
Yeah, I mean, every time there's a head coaching vacancy, of course, the fans, they want that big hire that's going to make them feel good, right? That that there's months to go until the new season starts and that you're not going to get a chance to see any of these guys out on the field, winning games. I mean, you really don't know until the end of the first season, right? I mean, I remember last year us looking at what was happening down in Clemson and saying, Eric Bakich, I don't know, man. He's dropping games that he shouldn't lose. But he went on to win 44 games last year, right? So you never quite know. It's always a gamble. I mean, you can go hire somebody who was elite at one place, and there's no guarantee that they're going to work out and they're going to be able to replicate that at your university. Conditions are just different. Personnel around them is different. Commitment from the board of trustees or from the athletic department is different. Facilities are different. History around a program and your ability to use that in your recruiting pitch is different. I mean, there's no guarantee that you go out and you hire Rick Pitino and guess what? He's going to do the same thing for you that he's done at previous stops. There's never a guarantee in this. So you want to hire the big name because you think it gives you the best chance to get that guarantee, but that costs you money, and that very often has an opportunity to hamstring you in other ways.
I have a very I have a very strong passion and respect's the better word, for Landon Powell. Mm-hmm. Seeing what he's done at North Greenville firsthand, obviously one could say, well, Cole, you're very biased. You went there, you saw him, you were there when he built the program back up. They won 8 games the year before Landon Powell got there. I am biased. However, I told Chris Phillips this last night. I put a lot of stock into a player that can connect with his players, relate to his players, and has a past of winning. Landon Powell's won everywhere he's been. South Carolina, he had a great career with the A's. North Greenville, all he's done there is win, something that's very hard to do at the D2 level. People say Diesel, a couple arguments. They'll say, one, he's not a D1 coach, doesn't have a D1 experience, right? Well, guess what? I'd argue this, and I'll argue this tomorrow with Chris Phillips. I think he does have D1 experience. You know why? If you go back and look at the past 5 rosters at NGU, especially the one that won the championship, I would argue that 70 to 80% of his rosters at NGU, Diesel, guess who they were? D1 transfers. So this whole thing of like, well, he's coached D2 but not D1. His players are D1 players that transferred to North Greenville, South Carolina, Citadel, Tennessee. As long as Powell's been at NGU, he's had transfers come in, and they've been from D1 programs. So I don't buy this whole he didn't coach D1 ball. Is there really that big of a difference? Yeah, there's no NIL. It's not the same, right? But he's coached D1 players his whole career at NGU. I put stock into a guy who's from South Carolina, played at your university, won there, knows what it takes to win at the highest level. I'd hire him. I'd hire him tomorrow. Unfortunately, Diesel, I don't think they will.
Well, to play devil's advocate and to probably argue maybe the spirit of Chris's point in the arguments that you had last night, he would be taking on a whole new list of headaches that he's never dealt with at the D2 level. But you know what he can do? He can hire somebody who has.
Absolutely.
He can put somebody on his staff who has. Spur Daddy says he's proven enough for me. We got a text here that says, here's an idea. Make Ray Tanner go back to doing what he's actually good at and hire a new AD. Well, texter, there's no proof that going back to your old haunts is going to work out for you the same way that it did the first time around. Again, Ray Tanner is a product of a different era of baseball. So there's no proof that Ray Tanner goes back to the dugout and he has the same success that he used to. Texter says here, I've watched enough coaching searches to know that 95% of fans have no clue about hiring coaches. Look at all the home run hires over the years that haven't worked out. See, this texter, this is a smart guy, Cole. There's a reason why they don't let fans make major decisions when it comes to athletic departments.
Sure.
When it comes to hiring guys and firing guys and putting together a roster and deciding who's going to be the quarterback this game, and who do you recruit. Fans don't have a damn clue what it is they're talking about. Fans exist on things like emotion and Red Bull, okay? Fans generally don't have a clue what it's like to be inside of a program like that. So
I love that
reason why you hire people who know what they're doing It doesn't always work out. There is only one team can win the national championship, Cole. And you're telling me that, the other 132 in football or however many are playing D1 baseball, they're all failures and they're idiots because they didn't win the national championship. You're going to tell Evansville, if they don't win it, that they have idiots behind the scenes that don't know what they're doing? They clearly know what they're doing. So I love that this texter said what he said.
Jack Veltri, Gamecock Central. He was at the games this past weekend, has reaction to Mark Kingston getting dismissed. Jack Veltri on the other side right here on the Fan Upstate. Video is great work, by the way. Hey, I appreciate you making time for us. I'm going to put you on hold, okay?
Yeah, Cole said it just a second ago, getting Jack Veltri on the phone. Slow news day. Not a lot going on out there in the world. Man, there's been a lot going on. We love this time of year. It is our favorite time of year, better than March Madness. We're calling it, and we bring on right now from Gamecock Central, Jack Veltri joins us here on Wire to Wire with Diesel and Cole Bryson. Jack, are you getting any sleep this evening? Or are you gonna be jacked up about this all night?
Oh gosh. Well, first off, thank you guys for having me on, but I am definitely catching up on my sleep as soon as this day is over. I need it. It's been nonstop, with the regional and stuff, and now the obvious elephant in the room out there. So I'm ready for summer to start, but it's going to be postponed by a few weeks for me.
Do we know, Jack, if Ray Tanner cried over firing Mark Kingston the way he did with Will Muschamp?
Oh gosh, I think he's just happy that he didn't have to pay over $1 million for the buyout. The fact that it was at $400,000 is chump change for a university like South Carolina. So good on them for making this move, I think.
Jack, as Diesel said, slow news day. We appreciate you taking time to hop on with us. When you saw the news break this morning, was it something that Jack Veltri 110% expected to happen this quick?
Absolutely. Well, yeah, I 110% expected it to happen. I figured it was going to happen this morning, but I couldn't be too sure. I got a few, heads ups that like, hey, this is happening. And then I also, heard from some sources and stuff that there was going to be a team meeting this morning. So once that all came out and then eventually getting some confirmation from the university, it just made sense. And I will give some credit where it's due. I mean, give credit to Ray Tanner and the whole administration for being on top of this, because the transfer portal opened today and then it closes in about a month, July 2nd. So you really have to be on top of this and get the hiring process going. Because, I mean, your season's over. There are good candidates out there that their seasons are over too now. So it's really time to put the wheels in motion and get this thing rolling.
Jack, let's talk about that hiring process as Jack Veltri of Gamecock Central joins us here on Wire to Wire on the Fan Upstate. We understand that South Carolina has a little bit of a different process with things going through the Board of Trustees and with them kind of setting the budget for how much they are able to spend, that the Ray Tanner is able to offer. How does that compare to other universities competing in the SEC to the best of your knowledge?
Yeah, so I don't know exactly. I don't know what kind of like number, dollar sign they have in mind for this hiring process. I have to imagine. Look, I think if the right guy is out there, they're going to go spend the money. In my opinion, there's no reason to hold back. I think after the last two hires, like, look, when Ray Tanner's time ended as head coach of Carolina after 2012, they brought in Chad Holbrook, and that was an immediate, great hire at the time. It's just one of those that it was the right hire, just didn't work out. And then with Kingston, you had other options. I think everyone knew that, Kevin O'Sullivan was the top choice for South Carolina, but because Florida won the College World Series, that changed things. And then you had also Tom Walter, who had a ton of interest in Carolina, but he ended up staying at Wake Forest because South Carolina ended up going with Mark Kingston. So I think with this hiring process.
Oh, we lose Jack?
Oh, I think we might have lost Jack. Hey, we're gonna effort to bring Jack back on with us. It just when it just goes silent like that,
yeah,
it's usually
not a good sign.
Usually
right?
Not a great sign. And you said it yourself. Jack has been on the road. He has been in Raleigh this past weekend. It sounded like he might have been on the road working his way back towards. I guess he lives in Columbia or somewhere in that Columbia area or here in the Upstate. But we're going to effort and bring him back on here in just a moment. But those of you who are watching on the stream, those of you who are texting in, we'd love to hear your questions. If you've got something you want to know, he is the expert. Jack Veltri does this each and every day. This is what he lives and breathes. So if you've got questions for him, now would be the time for you to text us 71307. Start your text with keyword fan. It'd be the chance for you to get them into us on the stream. Shout out to JD, Spur Daddy, Jacob Rogers, all you guys who are in the stream as huge contributors to that. We appreciate your time. Again, we are still efforting to maybe bring Jack back on.
I think we've got him back. Let's try this again. Jack, we got you loud and clear, my man.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes. We got you, brother. We appreciate that. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no, sorry about that. Anyway, so I think what I was saying is that I don't think you can't, I'm trying not to use the word cheap, but you can't be cheap with how you want to go about hiring a coach. Like, there's definitely coaches out there that are going to require a bigger paycheck, but I think if it's the right guy, if it's one of these top guys that they want out there, like Chris Pollard or, Godwin from ECU or, O'Connell, McDonald, someone like that, then you're going to have to fork out a little more maybe. But, I mean, if you're going for a guy like Landon Powell or Monty Lee, they might, just take whatever and, sign on in a heartbeat.
What would fan reaction be to hiring Monty Lee? I mean, obviously, we know that he spent time as the head coach at Clemson. He's been on staff multiple times there at South Carolina. Would that leave fans just utterly disappointed, or in your mind, is there a contingent of Gamecock fans who would see the silver, or in this case, the garnet lining, if that was the decision?
I'm glad you brought that up because while I have been driving today, I have stopped a few times and I've been going on Twitter and seeing, a bunch of the recruits from, different signing classes and stuff for South Carolina tweeting out their support for Monty Lee to become the next head coach. And, after the firing of Kingston, Monty Lee was named the interim head coach. So we'll have to see what happens with that if it becomes full-time. Look, I think I started taking it a little more serious when I see a guy like PJ Morlando showing his support for Monty Lee and why why it was a big part of deciding on South Carolina. Now, obviously, he still may go down the MLB draft route, but if the difference between keeping a bunch of these big names in the recruiting classes to come to Carolina because of Monty Lee, I don't know. I mean, he's not the first name on my list. I think he's a great asset as a recruiter and an assistant coach, and I think he would do a very good job at some smaller schools around South Carolina that have openings right now, like Citadel or Winthrop. But I think you got to go outside of your comfort zone to go find one of these big names out there that can really get you to where you want to go. I just don't know if Monty Lee can do that, considering his track record at Clemson and such. It's not a risky hire, but it's a safe hire in my opinion.
What's interesting about that, Jack, is Monty Lee was brought in to help along those lines, to help along the recruiting lines. If you don't hire Monty, you go outside and get someone else. Does a guy like Monty Lee even stay? Because I don't think he does.
So I've heard from talking to other media members and people that Monty has interest in the Citadel job. That's opening. And, he's a Charleston guy, so that makes sense. That would be a tough place to win, but I think, considering it's a military school and stuff, but I definitely think, I don't know. I don't know. It depends on who they bring in, I think, as your head coach next after Kingston. I think whatever you got to do to keep Lee as an assistant on staff, I just think he's very valuable as a recruiter, like I said, and an assistant. But at the same time, he does deserve a fair shot in the interviewing process, but I just don't see I just think there's some better candidates out there maybe.
So, Jack, obviously when you have a head coach that leaves or is fired, a lot of times some of the best talent on the team does end up transferring elsewhere. In your mind, is Monty Lee equipped to keep a lot of this talent like Cole Messina, Chris Veach, guys like them, keep them on the roster, or is it does it really matter if they bring Monty Lee or retain Monty Lee for that position?
I think there's a big difference if Monty stays or leaves. I think if he stays, in whatever capacity that may be, head coach, assistant, whatever it may be, the player, from what I can tell and what I've heard, the players love playing for him. And I think that's why you're also seeing all this waves of support right now for his, potential hiring as a head coach. Now, I think you're still going to lose some guys. I think that's just natural. Some guys may have come from Mark Kingston. And if that's the case, then I definitely expect to see some names enter the portal. But if Lee is around in some capacity or even the head coach, I could definitely see a good chunk of this team sticking around. But my thing is, I think it would just be good to get a fresh start. Clean house with the coaching staff, maybe try to keep Lee on, and then just bring in some new, fresh talent. Because, again, it's not all Kingston's fault this season. I think he's a good coach, and it's just tough to win in college baseball these days. And, I don't agree with all the decisions he makes, but, some of the players, the execution in the final game of the season just kind of showed me okay, you went 0 for 20 with runners in scoring position this weekend. You didn't get the job done. You made some silly mistakes still. There's some work to be done, and I wouldn't be opposed to seeing some new faces in there to kind of bolster the lineup and maybe the pitching staff too. But at the same time, you got to have a good mix of, guys coming back and, new faces coming in. But we'll see what happens.
Jack, there's been a lot of talk in the past 24 hours. A lot of the fan base is opposed to a guy like Landon Powell from North Greenville, while there's another part of the fan base that does want to see Landon Powell, a former Gamecock, get a chance at this job. Your thoughts on them getting someone, I know he doesn't have D1 experience, but someone like a Powell?
Here's my take on it, and it's pretty simple. If he were not a former Gamecock, would you even consider hiring him? In my opinion, it's a big no.
Really?
Now, yes. I've spoken to Landon before. He's a great guy. He loves South Carolina. Even when I talked to him right after he won the national championship at North Greenville, doing a story on it and stuff. And I asked him about, Carolina and stuff, and he said he loves it and, would always be open to the opportunity if it presented itself. I just think it's risky to hire someone that doesn't have the D1 SEC baseball experience. Now, I mean, look, you could say the same thing about Mark Kingston when he was hired. I mean, he came straight from the USF. So from that aspect, like, you could go out and do it. I think the fans would love it. But at the same time, I mean, I think at this stage in the game, you haven't been to Omaha since 2012. You can't be playing games. You can't be doing that. You got to go out there and get the best guy for the job. And if it is Landon Powell, then so be it. But there are also other candidates out there that I think would be better right now and could get you to Omaha quicker than, say, a Powell could. Just because we don't know what to expect, because he hasn't been in these type of situations at this level as a head coach.
Jack, I want to make you privy to a tweet a poll that I put up on Twitter earlier today. I asked the question, Gamecock fans, what's scarier, another year of Mark Kingston or another unknown Ray Tanner hired? And obviously, I posted this before the news broke. 44%, so nearly half, said they're afraid of an unknown hire, which to me speaks to a lot of Gamecock fans and their just lack of faith in Ray Tanner to hire the right guy. Do you think that's fair? Do you think that's unfounded? How do you feel about it?
So there's a bunch of names out there in this whole coaching cycle. And I think the names that I'm seeing, I'm fine with them. Like, you got your Chris Pollards of the world, the associate head coach at Tennessee. I can't remember his name off the top of my head. Even Landon Powell and Monty Lee. There are good candidates out there for this job. And, I wouldn't agree with Ray keeping it in-house and going with Monty or Landon Powell. But I do think, I think people, if Ray hires an unknown, someone else that doesn't have Carolina in them, it doesn't mean it's a bad hire. I mean, I just think you need someone that's shown that they can make it far. I mean, it doesn't have to be they don't have a College World Series on their resume, some coaches do. But if they're consistent and getting you to where they can go with the resources they have at maybe a smaller school in terms of baseball, like Duke or ECU, imagine what you could do at South Carolina, which is definitely a bigger, SEC coaching job where you're going to have enough to do what you want to do.
Jack Veltri joining us on Wire to Wire, Gamecock Central. Jack, my last question for you. When you look at South Carolina, do you think that the Board of Trustees, from the Mark Kingston and Chad Holbrook experiment, do you think that they do give Ray Tanner an open checkbook and allow him to go get whoever he wants?
I think you do. I think you do. He's got to hit on this hire. He has to hit on this hire, and I'm probably gonna write a story on this tomorrow, kind of on why I think this hire. I think this hire is the most important of his tenure as an AD. I mean, he's hired Lamont Paris, and he's given Dawn Staley a contract extension and all that, and Shane Beamer. But Chad Holbrook and Mark Kingston are not exactly home run hires. This has to be the one. And look, I mean, I don't know what it's going to take. I think you're going to have to, if you have to open your pocketbook a little bit, do it. And look, make sure it's the right deal, the right coach. And if Ray's feeling good about it, I trust his judgment. I mean, he's won College World Series before, and I know people want to, dog him for his tenure as an AD and stuff. And, I partially agree. He's a much better coach than he is AD, but I do trust his judgment enough as a baseball mind to go out there and get what he wants.
Jack, listen, great stuff as always, man. We appreciate you taking time to join us today on a very, very busy day, and great work that you do for Gamecock Central. We look forward to having you back on soon, man.
I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Have a good one.
Absolutely. That is Jack Veltri of Gamecock Central. Always does a fantastic job, Diesel. I love his work, man. He does a great job. And you know what? He brought up some good points, some really good points.
His opinion that the Board of Trustees gives Ray Tanner a blank check. Go get the best guy you can possibly get. That right there, Cole, speaks to, a lot of Gamecock fans and their maybe mistrust of where this program is going, their lack of confidence with where this program is going. I mean, if any coach if any AD is given a blank check, you got to feel good about where you're headed. Isn't it fascinating, Cole, that we've spent an hour and 40 minutes talking nothing but college baseball, and no one has texted us saying, hey, man, could you guys get back to other sports? Could you get back to basketball? Could you get back to football?
No, thanks.
Nope. Nope. This has been a fascinating conversation for an hour and 40 minutes.
And we'll continue to.
Yes, we will.
All right, Daily Wire's up next. You may call them headlines. On this show, however, we call them daily wires. Every single day on this show, we get you caught up on what happened last night, what happened this past weekend, and what's going on around the world of sports. Diesel, it's the daily wires.
I was wondering, is it time? Is
We're
it time?
bound to win one of those awards. We've got to with our production.
Yeah, we're going to get a macaroni for this.
We really are. Well, the Atlanta Braves, they didn't sweep the A's this weekend. However, they did take 2 of 3. They won game 1, Diesel, 4-2. They lost game 2, 11-9, and they won game 3, 3-1. Braves off today. NBA Finals are set. Boston versus Dallas. Game 1 is Thursday at 8:30. How about those Walford Terriers over the weekend, Diesel? While they didn't advance, guess what they did? They made history. Won their first ever postseason baseball game as they defeated Long Island 5-2.
Can't get your second without getting your first.
That's right. You got to start somewhere, right? You got to start somewhere. The South Carolina Gamecocks were eliminated on Sunday by James Madison by a score of 2-0. The Gamecocks' only win, Diesel, was over James Madison on Friday. Let's see. What's next? I lost my spot. Clemson Tigers punched their ticket to the college baseball super regionals on Sunday night and are now 2 wins away from the College World Series. Clemson will face the winner of Oklahoma State and Florida. That game's going on right now. I don't have a score, but I will shortly.
Momentarily, I will have an update
We'll
on
get
that
you a
for
score.
you. The score is 3-2. Florida leads top of the 5th.
Did you say 3-2?
3-2. Florida leading in top of the 5th. Yep.
How about that? 3-2 Florida in the top of the 5th. 6 games today. The NHL Stanley Cup Finals begin on Saturday as the Oilers face the Florida Panthers. So
Still feels weird to say Florida Panthers.
It does feel weird. It does feel weird. But you know what? I'll watch NHL Stanley Cup Finals. I'll absolutely watch. It should be a lot of fun. I am disappointed, Diesel, that the Stars didn't get in, but still should be a lot of fun to watch.
Spur Daddy here text in, Carolina Athletics, it's time to bleep or get off the pot. He used the P word, not the S word. I just have a question, Spur. Does that mean that South Carolina Athletics pees sitting down?
Oh.
If it's time for them to pee or get off the pot, you can't pee
it's true.
on the pot unless you're sitting on the pot. So you're either saying that South Carolina Athletics is a girl or they pee sitting down.
God.
I know. I just reverse engineered your logic, Spur Daddy.
844 fan phones, the way you can get in touch with the show. JD wants to chime in. JD, what's up, man?
Gentlemen, thank you as always for taking my call. Hey, apparently you guys are putting those quarters of mine to good use because someone completely different just answered the phone. It threw me off for a little bit. He had to ask who I was.
We're training, man. We're trying to train back here.
Hey, man, training. Hey, y'all do your thing as always. Listen, man. Hey, what if Florida wins? You know what? That'll make me sick to my stomach. A team that we all said was not supposed to get into the NCAA tournament.
Yeah.
And here they are fixing to advance potentially against Oklahoma State. Literally, that would make me sick to my stomach. One other thing that would probably make me sick to my stomach is if we hire a former Clemson head coach, even though he's a Gamecock, that doesn't matter to me. He was the Clemson head coach first. So that would make me sick to my stomach. But guess what, guys? Hey, I'm seeing a lot of stuff on Twitter right now. There are tons of recruits, and apparently Mr. Cole Messina himself has come out and spoken saying that he will most likely stay if Monty Lee is the head coach.
Ooh.
Man, listen, hey, we heard enough of the Muschamp retread joke back in the day. I don't want more retread jokes. So I'm just thankful that someone who makes way more money than I do gets to make this decision. God bless them. I hope they make the right one. Go Gamecocks. We'll see what happens. But, man.
Who do you want, JD?
Man, give me Godwin. Give me Pollard. Give me Elander from Tennessee. Literally anybody but our third or fourth choice. So, Monty Lee, as you know, your guy on Gamecock Central just said, Monty Lee would be a safe hire. Landon Powell would be a risky one. And to me, that's why they're the third or fourth option. But if we've learned anything about Ray Tanner, my man, hey, he's never going to get his first, second, or third choice. Just look at the football program.
Oof.
We literally interviewed and tried to hire numerous coaches several times, and we ended up with our fourth or fifth best option. And so it would not surprise me one bit if we ended up with Monty Lee as our head coach. And if he is, hey, I'm behind him. Let's go win something. But it's just not something that I would want.
Man, if they don't let, in my opinion, JD, if they don't let Tanner write the check that he wants, they'd be nuts.
Well, absolutely. I'll say this too. Tanner is one bad hire away from everybody turning on the athletic department altogether.
Yeah.
I mean, I've already seen people say if Kingston was brought back next year, and I myself said if Kingston would have been back, I was going to boycott the baseball program. And so at a certain point, though, if Tanner doesn't get, this is a very crucial hire for him. And if he does not get it done, he's going to be, his seat's going to be hotter than Shane Beamer's come November.
Thank you, JD, man. Really good call. Appreciate that. And he's not wrong. He's not wrong there.
He's right.
Ray Tanner's job is on the line with this hire. You have to get this right. That's 3 failed hires in a row. He didn't even hire Dawn Staley. Shane Beamer, jury's still out, but it's leaning in the wrong direction. Lamont Paris, 1 year, 1 elite season, 2 years with 1 elite season may not be enough to say that Ray Tanner is the right guy to be the athletic director at South Carolina. Appreciate the call, JD. Hey, when we come back, Cole, it is time for you and I to fight it out. You and I put up the dukes. We throw some jabs, some body blows. It's time for the 5 o'clock fight next, right here on the Fan Upstate. Talked a lot of college baseball to start the show today, Cole. I love it, man. I love this time of year. It is time right now, Cole, 5 o'clock each and every day. You and I bring up 3 distinct topics, sometimes sports, sometimes not, and we fight it out. We fight about it. We have to choose different sides. We cannot agree. We call it the 5 o'clock fight each and every day. 3 rounds. You, the Tolos, decide who wins each round. Here we go.
Nope. Intro. We're
training somebody
back here, man.
Yeah, we're training. Do you want to just do the intro?
There we go.
Bye.
Hey, take it out of insert. Hey, you don't have to put it over there. You can just click on it directly. Okay.
And how you Tolos tell us who win each round of the fight is you text in 71307. Start your text with keyword fan, or you message in on the stream. Tell us round by round who wins each round, who made the most compelling argument. Here we go with round number 1. Cole, you and I don't think either one of us are hardcore gamers. We both played video games in the past. But when playing a new video game, Cole, do you go straight for the story mode?
Yep.
Or do you go straight for the online mode?
I'm a story guy. I like the story, man. I want to be able to go start to finish and feel like I accomplished something. If I play exhibition or play online, I just don't feel like I've accomplished anything. Now, I would have to apply that to like a career mode, right? With NCAA, is that fine?
Career mode, yeah.
Career mode. I want to feel like I accomplished something. I want to live viagrously through my
viagrously.
What'd I say? Vicariously.
You said viagrously.
Viagrously too, by the way. I want to live.
I do want to live viagrously.
Viagrously and vicariously through my not so college football past. Write that down. New word today, by the way. Viagrously. My mind's going 100 different directions. I'm training somebody vicariously, viagrously, however you want to react. I'm going story mode. I don't want to go online first.
Well, the problem with that, Cole, is if you go through days or weeks potentially of story mode, you get far behind. You're far behind on everybody else playing online modes. Those are people who jump straight in. They get a jump on all the best weapons, on all the best gear, and they can level up their characters. I'm thinking of like games like Call of Duty where you get really great loadouts and you get extra perks and all these little things that you don't have if you're just starting, if you're starting late. So I think it behooves you, Cole, to start the online mode first. Like immediately, I'm talking the day the video game comes out, you jump into online mode, you start building up that level of the game. And then you know what? When you have some time, you don't feel like jumping in online, that's when you go and play the story mode.
Shane says, Cole, this is a family show. No Viagra conversation.
Well, it's going to be hard to stay away from that conversation.
Oh, I see what you did there.
Yeah.
See what you did there. I like story mode, man. I like feeling like I accomplished something, you know?
Okay, Cole, here we go. Round number 2. If you're at a restaurant, Cole, and both are on the menu, what are you ordering for your side item? French fries or tots?
This is a great question. This is a really good question. It's hard to pick one. I will be honest with you.
Well, you have to. That's the nature of the fight.
It is a 5 o'clock fight, right? We have to disagree. I'm going fries, but I'm not opposed. We're splitting hairs. I love tots, but I am a fry guy, especially Diesel. If they are homemade, give me the fries all day, all day long.
There's no such thing as something that's homemade
hand
at a restaurant.
That's what I mean. I'm sorry, hand cut.
Homemade.
They're homemade and hand cut.
You know what? Next time I see that at a restaurant, I'm going to get up and walk out because ain't nothing in this restaurant homemade. It's restaurant made. We're in a restaurant.
Hand cut fries is what I meant to say. Viagra, hand cut fries, whatever. I'm getting my words mixed up today.
The truth is, Cole, I love both, but everybody does French fries, right? Most places screw them up. Most places, the French fries are cold. They're soggy. They're not crispy the way that they're supposed to be.
Yeah.
So I say, if you're at a restaurant that has tots, you better get them tots, right? Not every restaurant has them, and they should look at them as like a specialty item because, man, I will send back some tots in a heartbeat. So I'm going tots at a restaurant that serves both. What do you say, Tolo? 71307. Are you a team French fries or are you team tots? Assuming, again, that the restaurant serves both. That's 2 rounds in the books. We got 1 more to go. I've been watching Clemson do this for years, Cole. I've been watching Atlanta Braves players do this for years. Should baseball players wear high socks, so basically up to the knees, mid-calf up to the knees, or should they wear the full-length pants?
I don't like the high socks, man. I'm a full-length pants. Go all the way down, full-length pants. The high socks, that's old school.
I love it.
You like the old school?
I love it.
No old school. Go all the way down to your ankles with your pants. Are you kidding me?
Give me the high socks. I even love the ones, when you played Little League ball, you had the ones with the stripes up the side that weren't solid color.
Yeah.
I love the way the high socks look. And maybe, Cole, it's because I got these awesome gams here. You got to show off.
Why.
You got to show off the calves, okay? If you got them, show them off. Baseball players, isn't this game all about tradition?
No.
Why don't we go back to the tradition of wearing the high socks?
It's old-fashioned, and you know what? I'm not an old-fashioned guy. Not the drink. Old-fashioned socks.
Well, we know that you live Viagrously. So
by the way, I'm making that a soundbite. That will be a soundbite.
That will do it for the 5 o'clock fight round 1. When you're playing a video game, do you go straight for the story mode or play online mode? Cole goes for the story mode. I go online. Round 2. If you're at a restaurant that sells both, do you get the French fries or the tots? Cole says fries. I say tots. And the round 3 fight. Should baseball players wear high socks or full-length pants? Cole, he's a little more conservative than I am. He doesn't want to show any ankle. He says wear the full-length pants. I say wear the high socks. You tell me by texting in 71307. Start your text with keyword fan or getting into the comment section on Facebook, on Twitter, or on YouTube, where by the way, we have over 200 people watching the stream right now. That's awesome. You tell us who wins each round of the fight. And if you want to suggest a 5 o'clock fight, here's how. Now is your time, Tolos, to get your responses in, your votes for who wins each round. We'll start to get to these right now.
Don't read Spur Daddies. Don't read them because I don't like his answer.
JD says, let's go to the first one. Shane Barrett says, Cole, this is a family show. Keep it in your pants. Okay. Let's see. Spur Daddy says Cole wins round 1. Spur Daddy says Diesel wins round 2. He's team tater tots all day long. And Spur Daddy says Diesel wins round 3. Short socks or short pants, long socks, old school all day long. Shane Barrett says Cole wins round 1. Cole wins round 2. Diesel wins round 3. I can still be bought, boys, he says.
I can always rely on Shane. I like Shane more than I do Spur Daddy. Today, Spur Daddy, I'm throwing you in the closet today.
What's the fastest way to Shane Barrett's heart? It's right through his stomach. He says Monkey Wrench Smokehouse and TR has a fantastic old fashioned, if that's your drink of choice. So he wants us to come by and booze.
Diesel wins 1 and 2. Cole wins 3, says G. Texter from the 979 says Cole with a clean sweep. I didn't think it could be done.
Texter did say here, look up baseball stirrups.
Oh, I'm sorry. I missed that one.
That's what you mean, right? The ones with the stripe up the side.
What do you call them?
Stirrups. When I was a kid, they were printed on the socks.
Oh,
right.
Okay.
It was like a white sock with the team color up the side, like
printed up
the side.
Yeah.
Back in the day, they used to actually wear stirrups, which was like another piece to the puzzle, right? You guys, you texters, you Tolos, get us your answers, your results here on the 5 o'clock fight by texting 71307. Start your text with keyword fan. One of the best parts about these 5 o'clock fights, you guys, is both of us very easily could agree with the other side, right? We have to pick opposite sides. We have to make the compelling arguments here. I mean, I love playing story mode. I almost always enjoy story mode more than online mode when playing video games. Again, I haven't done it in quite a long time because, for God's sakes, consoles are so expensive. But I do know, Cole, that you fall behind if you don't get on the online mode quickly. Like you get a new Call of Duty game.
What do you mean by fall behind?
You fall behind with the weapons, with the loadouts, with your experience.
Gotcha.
I mean, I remember the first time I played GTA 5 online. I didn't have a clue what I was doing, but I loved the story mode. So I jumped in and I played the story mode. I probably played it through 2 or 3 times before I jumped into playing GTA online. But then as soon as you enter the game, bam, some experienced player just comes by and kills you right there. Right,
and that's why I don't like that.
I'm like, come on, guys. I'm just trying to figure this out.
I don't like the outside variables that could shut me down and cap me, right?
Yeah.
How many times did you beat Grand Theft? Because
I probably played it 3 or 4 times.
I felt like it was an accomplishment for some reason.
That was a long game.
It was.
I love that game. It was brilliant the way that they intertwined those storylines.
Who was your favorite character?
Ooh, I liked Trevor. He was the wild
the
card
redneck.
Man. He was nuts.
Trevor the redneck.
That's the crazy thing is Trevor in the game. He portrayed himself as a stupid redneck.
He did,
but he was Canadian. I mean, you could still be a redneck and be Canadian,
sure.
But he was actually very smart. But he wanted to project this low rent, poor idiot, trailer trash kind of personality, because then he could use it to his advantage when people believe that's all he was good for.
Texter from the 764 says, Cole Diesel. I appreciate the win there, Texter. I want to get to some good audio, but first, let's hear from Delvin on the renewal by Anderson of the Carolinas fan phone. Delvin, what's happening with you, man?
What's happening with you guys? What's going on today?
Well, no, slow news day. Nothing really to talk about.
Yeah, I know. You talking about like Gamecock baseball coach says if you want to go a big name and stuff, the name that I like Chris Pollard. You know, you give him the facilities because they've been taught. That's why they ain't get no home regional game because they have the good facilities. You put him with that. But if you're gonna go big name, they said they go get him open checkbook. I go get Kendall Sullivan from Florida. Make him say no.
Tried to get him one time, right?
What if he makes a deep run again this year? That's the reason why you didn't get him 7 years ago. I mean, Florida, let's get a live update here for you, Delvin. Getting a live update, hitting the refresh button. Florida up 3-2 on Oklahoma State. There's a very good chance that Florida advances out of that region and makes it to the Supers. So Florida could very well go on a magical run, even though they didn't have a particularly epic regular season. Florida could go on another run, and they might not be able to get Kevin O'Sullivan again this time for the same reason that they missed out on him last time.
Never know.
Yeah, but those two names I looked at, like, it's Chris Pollard. Like, man, what he did at these out of Appalachian State, and when he done it, do like I said, the reason that the report for the reason they get on home regional game because their facilities is not good enough. You put him with Sacanano, and you let him coach like he is at Duke, and put him with Sacanano facilities, man. You can do some special things probably at Sacanano.
I'm with you, Delvin. I'm with you. Thanks for the call, man. We appreciate you.
Thanks for my call, guys.
Yeah,
844 fan phone.
Pollard did bring App State baseball out of the cellar, and after he left, Cole, it went right back down into the cellar. And it's taken 2 or 3 head coaches since then to bring that program back to, I think they won 31, 32 games this year.
I think that'd be a good hire.
Which is not bad. The question is, do they have the money? Because Duke just threw him a new extension last year that runs through the 2025 season. I can't imagine that Duke is spending a ton of money on baseball. But then again, Cole, I mean, they're winning at an elite level at Duke in the ACC, a tough conference, not the toughest conference, but a tough conference. And so, I mean, you got to think that he's probably making $500,000, right? I mean,
he's making $1 million plus. Yeah,
they're paying basketball like they're paying Coach K like $8 million a year to coach basketball. So Duke has the money. They just don't have to report publicly what that salary is. So we don't know what he's making at Duke.
I want to get back to Kingston and being let go, but I asked the question, Diesel, what do you think in your radio career, what do you think's the one time that you can put a finger on that you were caught off guard the most? Think about that. Here's audio from earlier today. Stephen A. Smith, they had Monica, and I forget her last name. She's fantastic. She talks NBA and WNBA on the show. Monica, Molly, Stephen A. Smith, and Shannon Sharp today. Stephen A. Smith, speechless earlier today.
WNBA and following women's sports is unfair to the women of this league, to your point, who have laid the groundwork for Caitlin Clark to come in and now take it to the next level. That's all I'm saying in these conversations. Kennedy Carter's behavior is not indicative of the entire league. We are still talking about competition where you are allowed to get a little extra elbow in if you are competing and you do it within the parameters of the game. The game is physical. Caitlin is helping to grow the league. These women understand that, but she cannot be babied as a rookie. That's all I'm at.
All right.
Who talks about the WNBA? Who talks about women? Who talk about women's sports more than First Take?
Here you go, right here.
Stephen A., respectfully, with your platform, you could have been doing this 3 years ago if you wanted to.
Wow.
All right, we got to go. You guys.
So did you
know you're my guy, but
who does more than
Stephen
us?
A., I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you.
Wow.
Don't do that. I'm talking to you about the power that you have.
Okay.
I'm talking to you.
Okay.
All right, let's.
You're my guy, but I'm talking to you.
I got it.
Guys, I really appreciate
you're my girl, but you've missed a lot of episodes of First Take. You missed a lot.
Stephen A., 3 years ago, you were not talking about the W at this level. Don't do that.
Guys.
Nobody was, Monica.
So that was earlier today. And what was being talked about was the lack of coverage on national shows of WNBA and women's college basketball 3 years ago before Caitlin Clark and Monica McNutt said, hey, Caitlin Clark should not be babied. Diesel, you and I talked about this earlier. You sided with Stephen A. on this one, right?
Yeah, I did. So first of all, her point there that she shouldn't be babied, that doesn't mean that a player gets to come in and take cheap shots. A cheap shot is a cheap shot, no matter what parameters you're talking about here. So siding against Monica in this instance, a cheap shot is never the right way to handle things, and it's never the right way to introduce somebody to a sport. I don't know, have you ever seen the movie Necessary Roughness, football movie?
No, I have not.
In the 80s.
No.
In that movie, again, it's a silly movie, but it's basically about an SMU type program that had been given the death penalty, and they had to put together a roster any way they possibly could. So their field goal kicker was a girl played by Kathy Ireland, and a defensive lineman comes and blasts her back like 10 yards after making a kick, and he says, "Welcome to football." Well, that's not exactly a legal play just because she's new to the game. So I don't want to hear that from Monica. Next thing, Cole, I'd be willing to bet this is the last time she's going to be brought on to First Take. I don't think it's a smart idea to go nuclear on a host on their own show. Part 3, I defend Stephen A. Smith on this, Cole. It is Stephen A. Smith's job to put together the most compelling show he possibly can, to select the stories and the storylines and the way he wants to discuss things to get the biggest audience he possibly can. It is not Stephen A. Smith's job to prop up a league that nobody's talking about. And I don't care what Monica has to say here. 3 years ago, nobody gave a bleep about the WNBA. Correct. You can talk about the stars who were in the game at the time, and that's fantastic. There were great players in the game at the time. But the game did not have the national relevancy that it has now. And it's because Caitlin Clark brought the star power in with her, a different brand of star power from what they already had that has a whole new crop of people watching the game who otherwise would not have been watching the game. Yep. And Monica needs to learn that. There are people who are watching and paying attention to the WNBA because of Caitlin Clark.
Correct.
So this whole like, we can't baby her. Get out of here with that.
I hated the foul from Angel Reese. Like, I thought that was absolutely
What was an Angel Reese?
I'm sorry. Who was it?
Carter, I think was her name.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Angel Reese is in trouble because she didn't go to her media availability after the game.
Didn't go to her media?
Yeah.
I didn't like the foul. I thought it was a cheap shot. She came in and lowered her shoulder like she was a linebacker for the Chargers. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
So, Diesel, 100% agree with you. People are watching the WNBA because of Caitlin Clark.
Yeah,
come on.
I caught a lot of resentment there from Monica saying, you should have been paying more attention to this game 3 years ago. Why? Because 3 years ago, you didn't have the fascinating storyline that is Caitlin Clark.
That was Kennedy Carter. Okay. Kennedy Carter is the girl that just mollywopped Caitlin Clark. I mean, it was pitiful.
Yeah, and we're seeing how many times have we seen this, Cole? Now it's only been a couple of weeks that Caitlin Clark has been in the WNBA.
Sure,
and I agree, you don't need to baby her, but you also can't allow people to take cheap shots on arguably the biggest star in the game. And if Monica has a problem, Cole, with the biggest star in the game being somebody who just got here, I think that says a lot more about the WNBA.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. All right, Diesel, on the other side, I want to get back into Landon Powell conversation, why South Carolina, in a lot of people's opinion, should not get a guy who's up and coming from a D2 school like Landon Powell. I'll tell you where I side. Diesel will tell you where he sides next. So yesterday we had a very good conversation on Twitter, on social media, and we've talked about it. We've scratched the surface today, Diesel, you and I have. And right now there is a big debate going on with South Carolina fans on who to hire, whether it be a guy who's a successful coach already, right? Mm-hmm. Or an up-and-coming coach, or a guy that's already an interim on your staff, and we'll get into that. But there seems to be a large contingent of Gamecock fans, Diesel, who are very adamant that they don't want I'm going to put this in air quotes, a Landon Powell experiment. I know that there has been a great debate over these last 24 hours, but I just think that there's something to be said about being a winner, building a program from scratch at the Division II level. But for whatever reason, there are a large contingent of fans that don't want South Carolina to hire Landon Powell, while there are a contingent that does want South Carolina to hire Landon Powell. I think that when you look at a fan base that's divided in terms of who they want to hire, I think it's so fascinating. I just think that Landon Powell, in my opinion, Diesel, I don't know if he's as much of an experiment as some fans are saying he is. So we get into that conversation.
Yeah, I would feel good hiring Landon Powell. Fans have wanted Landon Powell for years.
Yeah,
in Columbia, and now that you're getting the chance, now you're poking holes in the hire. Look, I look at any coach who has found a way to do more with less as somebody who has a lot in him, as a guy that I want to have on my team because running my program. Because when you've got a guy who learns how to do more with less, they will always have that skill.
Sure,
but if you've got a coach, Cole, who has known nothing but high budgets, great facilities, elite recruiting, everywhere he's ever been, then you got a coach who starts to take those kinds of things for granted and doesn't learn the skill of doing more with less.
So there's a lot of Gamecock fans that say, look, Landon Powell does not have the D1 experience needed to compete in the SEC. We just asked Jack Veltri, who you'll hear later on in the show when we replay that interview for you in case you missed it. I asked Jack Veltri straight up, and he gave you an answer. Would he be considered for the job if he wasn't a former Gamecock? Jack said his opinion was no. I don't agree with Jack there, but for whatever reason, there's a stigma, Diesel, that if you don't have experience coaching in the SEC, you're not qualified for the job. And I just don't know where Gamecock fans all of a sudden are getting this narrative, because guess what? Was Shane Beamer the home run hire? Was Lamont Paris the home run hire?
It's called arrogance, Cole. It's called SEC arrogance. Every program in the SEC has it. I'm not saying that that's necessarily a bad thing.
Yeah.
But SEC fans, South Carolina fans, feel like their program is above hiring the project, the coach who has only done it at a small level.
Listen, there's a very interesting comment from Spur Daddy on the stream, Diesel, and you've got a closer look at it than I do, as I am sitting away from the monitor training someone. But Spur Daddy, who is a Gamecock fan, if you didn't know, he chimes in, Diesel.
Yeah, he says, what's the difference between Carolina taking a chance on Landon Powell and Clemson taking a chance on Dabo Swinney?
Wow.
He's not wrong there. He's not wrong. And
Good point.
If you get him, then you get him while he's still pretty young. You get the best possible years out of him. He's not wrong there. He says, I mean, the guy's been a head coach and a national championship winning coach. He says, Cole, you know, most Gamecock fans are gripey and fussy as hell. Gripey and fussy as hell. These fans make me want to walk away from being a fan of this school and just go be a fan of another SEC school. Spur Daddy, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't go take on those new problems.
Spur.
Those same problems at another school.
That's fantastic.
Be a fan of a program right here in the state. Be a fan of Coastal. Why don't you? You don't even have to travel that far.
We appreciate the comments.
Be a fan of go be a fan of App State. Don't be a fan of Georgia Southern. Then we can't be friends anymore after that, Spur.
Diesel, there have been a lot of coaches in the history of college athletics Dabo Swinney's a great example, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Lamont Paris was someone who said has experience coaching in the SEC. I think there have been a lot of coaches who have made the jump and done it successfully. I'm just saying that while a guy like Chris Phillips says Landon Powell has no experience at D1 and there's no proof that he can replicate that at D1. While people like that say Landon doesn't have the D1 experience, Diesel, I asked the question, well, how many D1 coaches have also went to another job and failed there? Are you telling me that every D1 coach in the history of D1 athletics, when they take a new job, they're automatically guaranteed to be successful?
Yeah, this is how you end up as a school, and I'm speaking hypothetically here. This is how you end up as a school known for hiring retreads, right? Because for the most part, if you are hiring somebody who's spent time as a head coach at Auburn, at Ole Miss, at Texas A&M, they're leaving that job because they weren't very successful at that job. South Carolina is not a premier job at anything other than women's basketball.
Correct.
Like if Dawn Staley leaves, South Carolina can hire whoever they want.
Yeah.
They will get whoever they want. South Carolina football cannot say that that's who they are. South Carolina men's basketball cannot say that's who they are. South Carolina baseball right now cannot say that that's who they are, right? So you almost have to take a shot on somebody who does not have head coaching experience, because if you take a shot on somebody who has head coaching experience, you end up with Monty Lee, a guy that failed.
And I'm glad you brought that up. I do not think, to be clear, I do not think they should hire Monty Lee.
Oof.
I just wonder, Diesel, if Ray Tanner sitting there thinks, man, I've got a guy like Monty Lee on staff. He's one of us. He's had head coaching experience in a good conference. I just wonder if that crosses. He's going to get an interview, right?
Yeah, he will. He will. Shane Bear brings up a really good point here, and I'll get back to that here in 1 second. Cole says Will Muschamp was a great defensive coordinator, horrible head coach, right? So do you want to be the program that always hires a Will Muschamp because he's got experience at a Power 5, got fired at that Power 5, didn't work out for him at South Carolina either?
Uh-huh.
Or do you want to be the type of program that hires Shane Beamer, who, again, the jury's still out. He's changed a lot of people's minds on the positivity around that program. The results haven't necessarily been there that you really want.
Sure.
But he has created a new culture. That is a huge step for the football program to have somebody who can improve the culture at South Carolina. But to your point there about Monty Lee, Cole, there's a lot of players who are coming out in support of Monty Lee.
Yeah.
PJ Morlando, South Carolina's 2024 Player of the Year, tweets out, "We want Monty Lee." Brady Jones tweets, "Give us Coach Monty Lee, South Carolina man through and through." A couple of commits, Tyler June and Cole Greer, have both tweeted their support for Monty Lee. I do caution though, Cole, when you let the players make the decision, right? You're letting, in this case, in the case of recruits, 17-year-olds make a decision on your coaching hire?
No,
Are you going to let a freshman first baseman or a sophomore outfielder make the choice on your coach? I understand that the players like him, and that should absolutely be considered. But when you hire the feel-good hire, it very often doesn't work out.
No, I do not think you should let 17, 18-year-olds decide who the coach is. I don't. However,
we got a lot of people who act like 17 and 18-year-olds trying to make the coaching decision too.
Sure, we do.
It's called tweeters.
Xers, right?
Xers, yeah.
Listen, do you put weight into what the team wants? Sure. Do you want the team to unite and rally behind a guy? Sure. But at the same time, as the athletic director of South Carolina, your job is not to weigh the feelings of the players. Your job is to go out and make the hire. I do not think it should be Monty Lee. I do agree that the Board of Trustees should open the checkbook and allow Ray Tanner to write the check that he wants. His job, Tanner's job, Diesel, is to go get the guy that can lead this program back to the heights that he led it to. He knows what it takes to win. He does not know what it takes to hire the right guy, unfortunately. But something's got to give, and Ray's eventually got to get this right.
Spur Daddy brings up a very good point. He says another example is Kalen DeBoer. Kalen DeBoer is a prime example of what happens when you see somebody who wins everywhere he goes and you have programs who are consistently willing to take a chance on him. He was 67-3 at Sioux Falls, and Fresno State took a chance on him. He was 12-6 at Fresno State, and Washington took a chance on him. He was 25-3 at Washington, and Alabama took a chance on him.
Yeah.
Like, there's a guy who you can say doesn't have the pedigree that you want, yet he's only 104-12 in his entire coaching career. He is, let me say that out loud. Let me say it slowly for you. He's lost 12 games in his entire coaching career.
Yeah.
6 of them were at one stop in 2 seasons. One of those was a COVID season, 2020 at Fresno State. But the point is, all of these schools saw the potential in a guy who has won everywhere he's been. So for that reason, even though there's some different challenges that a guy like Landon Powell could face at South Carolina, he knows how to win.
844 fan phones, the way you can get in touch with the show. Mark from Five Forks wants to weigh in. Mark, what's up, man?
Y'all doing okay today?
Wonderful, buddy. How about you?
Doing great. Tell me your reasons why it shouldn't be Landon Powell, and I'll tell you my reasons of why it should be.
Well, Mark, you're asking the wrong person and asking me why it shouldn't be, because I'm a Landon Powell guy. I am a former student. I graduated from North Greenville. I would probably side with you, but I'll defer to Diesel to play devil's advocate.
Yeah, I think, Mark, the only argument that people who are not for Landon Powell have is that he's never done it at this level. I think that's all they have, because he's an alum. He was a great player there. He's won a ton of baseball games up at North Greenville. I don't see a whole lot of downsides other than he doesn't have the D1 coaching experience.
Okay, the coach is Tennessee. Where was he before he went to Tennessee?
You tell us.
Don't know. Never heard of him.
Okay.
The coach of Kentucky. Where was he before he was at Kentucky?
Don't know.
I mean, I'm hearing all these big names we should go after. You got a guy who played for Tanner, who played in the World Series, played in pro ball. Granted, it wasn't as best as everybody, but he has pro ball experience.
Mm-hmm.
And he went to North Greenville, and he built a program, from what I understand, was non-existent.
You're right.
In the last 3 years, he's won a World Series on their level. He's coached. I thought last year they got knocked out, maybe what you would consider a super regional, or maybe even in the final 8. I'm not sure. I just don't understand. I mean, you got a guy 42 years old that understands how young kids think.
Yeah.
Well, Mark,
what needs to be done.
You brought up something that just triggered in my mind. How difficult is it to always get synergy between your coach and your athletic director? What easier way to have that synergy on day one than to have your athletic director be your former head coach?
I just think he's a home run hire. And when they got Kingston, okay, he's a UCF, South Florida, where I think maybe he come out of South Florida.
Mm-hmm.
He's doing a good job. He's playing pros, whatever. It is somewhere in there is not a connect with the way Carolina people think. Like I said, I've talked before. My daughter goes to Clemson. I'm a huge Carolina fan. And I can tell you right now, it is killing the Carolina fans, because Clemson, with their new coach from Michigan, who has maybe 100 days of decent weather, hosted a regional last year, which Tennessee beat them out, and they're going to a super regional that they're hosting. Second year of the guy being there.
Mark, I have a question for you real quick. Mark, what would suck more is watching another school hire Landon Powell away and let him have success somewhere else, or you as a Gamecock fan having to cut checks to Clemson University?
Hey, if they put her in vet school, I'll cut a check every day.
Mark, thanks for the call, man. Great
Appreciate
stuff.
You.
I like what Mark said. I really do. I like what Mark said. And, again, I'm team Landon Powell. I'm a Landon Powell guy, Diesel.
Yeah.
And not a lot of people are, though. I get it.
Yeah. And Landon has said in the past that South Carolina is the only job that he would leave North Greenville for. I don't know how true that is. I assume that's the case because he said it came out of his own mouth. But I would be disappointed is not the right word because he's his own man who makes his own decisions. But
yeah.
I would be sad if Landon Powell's talents stayed exclusively at North Greenville. And
sure.
I know we've had plenty of conversations with him. We know the type of man that he is. We know the type of program that he builds and the positive way that he impacts the student athletes that he's got at North Greenville. And he's doing a lot of good there in Tigerville. But he has the ability, Cole, to do that and bring that message out on a bigger level and create a bigger coaching tree of coaches who will run their programs the same way. And it would be a shame if he wasn't able to do that at the highest level because his own alma mater didn't have the faith.
I'm with you, man. You're right. I like it a lot. I do. I really do.
Cole, when we come back, the question that should be burning in a lot of Gamecock fans' minds, has Clemson baseball surpassed South Carolina baseball? Want to get your thoughts on it, Tolos? Text in now, 71307. Call us up on the Renewal by Anderson of the Carolinas fan phone, 844-326-3663. Jump in the comment section on Facebook, Twitter, or YouTube. Has Clemson surpassed South Carolina in baseball? We'll talk about that next, right here on the Fan Upstate. Tolos, get in your comments. 71307 text in. Has Clemson baseball surpassed South Carolina baseball? And I appreciate Spur Daddy for texting in here and messaging in his response. I don't think Clemson has passed South Carolina in baseball until they win a national title. Spur Daddy here is guilty, Cole. Spur Daddy is guilty of making this a conversation about history and not about what's happening here and now. Now, it's easy to say that. Oh, well, I didn't know where you were going with this conversation. But see, we are here, Cole, always to have a debate. We are here to always talk about the here and now. You know as well as I do, Cole, everything regarding the Clemson-South Carolina rivalry is what have you done for me lately? It's have you won the last time we played? That's the champion, right? Sure. That is who is winning the argument always and forever in perpetuity, because otherwise, Cole, it's not a very fun argument. Would you really say that South Carolina has surpassed Clemson football? No, because South Carolina doesn't have national championships in football. And he makes that point for me. He says they won't surpass South Carolina until they have 2 national championships in baseball. But I'm focused on the here and the now.
So you're saying they have surpassed them, right?
I am saying that they are surpassing them right here and now.
As we speak.
Right here and now. Not historically. Not historically. No, not at all. Not historically. Again, you have 2 national championships in Columbia. But what were those? Like during the Reagan administration? Those were a long time ago.
Diesel firing shots.
I'm joking. It was during the Clinton administration. Probably. I don't know.
You know, it's such an interesting question because like history does matter, but now also matters. You said it. Now matters.
Yeah.
And South Carolina does have 2 national championships, Diesel. But you know what? Like, I'm not saying that Clemson has a better history or they have a better program in the past, 50 years and they all this sample. I'm just saying that right now, Clemson's in a much better spot than South Carolina.
Anybody, Cole, who says no to this can't be objective.
Yeah.
I mean, you've just fired a coach who everybody hated, who is barely over 500, who had a sub 500 record in your conference. Through 2 seasons, Cole, Eric Backage is 727 at Clemson, winning percentage, 667 in the ACC. He's won 88 games in 2 seasons. One more this year, he'll surpass his total from last year. He won 44 games in his first year at Clemson. He's about to win 45 if he can get one more in the super regionals. He's just advanced to a super regional, something that Mark Kingston did twice at South Carolina. But again, I don't like this shutdown argument of historically no, so let's stop talking about it. Now, this rivalry has and always will be, what have you done for me lately? And you cannot argue that 2 supers and a fired head coach is better than 1 super and a white-hot trajectory right now.
It'd be like this. It'd be like when South Carolina had the 5-peat going for football. It'd be like them saying, well, we're a better program than you are, which was true, but Clemson fans saying, no, you aren't because we have national championships. Well, guess what? At that time, they were. They were absolutely a better program. Carolina was.
Absolutely they were.
You can't use that argument.
Right. And back to a point that I made earlier, Cole, when I was looking these numbers up, please somebody for Clemson, get on Eric Backage's Wikipedia and change his damn photo. Because there's a picture of Eric Backage wearing Michigan maize and blue on there. And he's been there. He's been there 2 seasons, 2 whole years. And you haven't thought to go change his Wikipedia photo? Get on it, Tiger fans.
Are we allowed to change it? Can you and I go in there and change it?
I think we probably can.
Let's go change it. Let's go change this. He deserves it, man. He deserves it. All right, if you just tuned in, coming up in the very next segment, we'll tell you what news broke earlier today. South Carolina Gamecock fans, who Diesel and I, we're going to just tell you who we think they should go after. We want to hear from you as well. 71307. Start your text with the word fan. South Carolina has ripped the Band-Aid off. Ray Tanner has decided that based on what I would assume yesterday, Diesel was probably somewhere in the realm of 6.4 million notifications that popped up on Ray Tanner's Twitter with the upset Gamecock fans. I would imagine that Ray Tanner knew before yesterday that this was going to happen if they looked abysmal. I mean, abysmal against James Madison like they did. Guess what? If you heard Mark Kingston after the game, you could kind of get the sense that the writing was on the wall. Diesel, South Carolina, one of the major universities in the Southeast, SEC school, a big-time coaching job when it comes to baseball. Obviously, we cover them being in South Carolina. This is huge. South Carolina fans are excited. They're glad, but I don't know that there's any agreement on what the path should be forward.
Yeah, I don't think we had any. Can you recall any Gamecock fans who texted in, tweeted in, called in, posted in, commented in that they wanted to keep Mark Kingston around?
I cannot recall any, Diesel. I cannot. That's interesting. I think it was 100%. They wanted them gone.
That's pretty hard to get a consensus on anything these days, let alone firing a head coach. But basically 100% saying, move on from Mark Kingston. It's time. That's shocking. By the way, we do have a final result in Stillwater. Florida has knocked off Oklahoma State 4-2. Florida will advance to a super regional. Cole, again, we talked about it earlier in the show, man, just how fast Gamecock fans are. They already have changed Mark Kingston's Twitter bio to say the previous head coach at South Carolina. I mean, look, Ray Tanner set the standard, right? He won 2 national championships. He was fantastic as the head coach there at South Carolina. He elevates to the AD position, and every coach that's come after him, Cole, has had a worse winning percentage. Chad Holbrook dropped in winning percentage from Ray Tanner. Kingston dropped from Holbrook. Now, Holbrook has found himself a nice little spot to land at College of Charleston. And these coaches, I mean, Kingston will be fine. I'm done with the argument, and people bring it up all the time. You shouldn't want somebody to get fired because what about their family? Yeah. What are they going to do? They're going to have to move. These guys are rich.
$400,000 buyout.
These guys are rich, okay? He's going to make $1 million this year, $600K in his salary and $400K to go away. Please abuse me in such a way. Plus, his kids get to move out of Columbia.
Here's the question that I want to ask, Diesel. Ray Tanner, we know. I get it. Ray Tanner built this program, took him to the top, won 2, could have, should have won 3. But Diesel, what's interesting is we talk about it with coaching. Just because you're a good defensive coordinator doesn't mean you're a good head coach. Right. However, same situation, just because you're a good coach doesn't make you a great AD. While Ray Tanner should get all of the credit in the world for taking South Carolina to peak success, he hasn't made good hires.
Have you ever heard that saying that people are promoted to the level of their incompetence?
Yeah, I have.
Which means, again, you're a great defensive coordinator. You may be incompetent as a head coach, meaning you don't know how to hire the right people around you. Doesn't mean you suck. Doesn't mean you're a bad person. It just means you're incompetent. Like you don't have whatever it is, the mental makeup that it takes to do the job at a high level. And it would appear to this point, overall body of work, and this is not going to come to as a shock to any South Carolina fan, I believe that Ray Tanner is in over his head as the athletic director at South Carolina. He did a good job hiring Lamont Paris. Every other coaching hire outside of Lamont Paris, and again, we have a small sample size on Lamont Paris.
Very, very small.
Every other coaching hire has come with a mixed bag of results.
Diesel, Ray Tanner, I don't want to say this and it sound disrespectful because Ray Tanner has reached a point in a career that most people will never reach, right? He deserves the respect. I just think that Ray Tanner, being a baseball guy, at some point, you say to me, Cole, the board of trustees didn't allow him to hire the guy because of the money. I get all of that. But Ray Tanner, if you're going to be the AD, like you are, if you're going to be as good as a head coach as you were, you better follow in those footsteps and be a pretty dang good AD as well. You better, the sport that you left, the sport that you specialized in, you better be able to get this right. And the fact, Diesel, that it's now taken him to his third hire, that's what's embarrassing. I understand missing on one, right? I understand maybe even, not getting the guy in the second time that does it in 3 to 4 years. Maybe it takes 6 years. But with Kingston, he had 7 years, and he still couldn't figure it out. He still looked abysmal against James Madison, and that was the only team that they beat over the weekend. So Ray Tanner missed on Holbrook. People said it was a good hire then. It wasn't. People, were cautious. To be honest with you, when Mark Kingston was hired, Diesel, there were a lot of people erring on the side of caution, and he didn't pan out. So, at some point, do we look and say, well, maybe Ray Tanner just doesn't know how to hire the right guy? When is his job going to be on the line?
Yeah, I asked the question on Twitter earlier today. Gamecock fans, this was, again, before the news dropped that Kingston was fired, is what scares you more, another season of Mark Kingston or the unknown Ray Tanner hire? Because Ray Tanner has not shown himself to be particularly great at hiring.
Mm-hmm.
Again, he could have hired for football. He could have hired somebody like Kurt Signetti, who was at James Madison, who was winning an awful lot of football games at that level, a guy who knows how to win. But what did he do? He hired somebody with no head coaching experience because it feels good, right? You hire your guy. You hire a guy who's been on staff here. You hire a guy who's got a big name, whose last name is Beamer. Oh, it's got to be good, right?
And you know what? People say, I can't remember who called. Was it Delvin who said maybe Carolina needs to go get Sullivan now? Here's the deal. We're at a point now, Diesel, where going from Florida, where they've been to 10 out of the last 17 Supers, to South Carolina, that's a step down. I don't care what anybody says.
Unless you can throw a tremendous amount of money at him. And in just a moment, I'm going to Google his current salary at Florida. It's a public institution, so that number should be available.
They should have.
He's not going to take that lateral step or even a step down unless you can back up the Brinks truck.
10 years ago, you could have told me, Cole, it is not a step down. 10 years later, though, in 2024, I'm telling you today, from Florida to South Carolina is a step down.
His average annual salary over the course of his contract with Florida, which runs through 2033, will be $1.8 million.
Almost two.
Again, that's an average. It starts lower, it increases, but
Carolina ain't paying that.
You're not paying $2 million at South Carolina. You're not. So can we just wipe that one? Unless Kevin O'Sullivan just wants a change of scenery, which why would he? I mean, this season has not been a great season in Florida.
Freaking Florida.
It's been a bad season in Florida, and they still made a super regional, right? So I would be willing to bet that Kevin O'Sullivan is very happy in Gainesville. I mean, it's not like Columbia is just the Shangri-La compared to Gainesville, right? I would say they're probably similar cities. I understand Gainesville is a small town and Columbia is a bigger city. I'm just saying that neither one is known as being this Taj Mahal of a town. So can we just wipe that one off the face of the earth? Let's just wipe that out of our brains. Kevin O'Sullivan, who's getting paid on average $1.8 million, ain't leaving Gainesville for Columbia.
I agree with you. I really do. I don't think that South Carolina has a shot at him. I do know that as of this morning around 10:20, this was right before the news broke, Landon Powell had not been contacted as of yet. I did talk to Landon Powell this morning. Again, I'll give you the exact time.
God, I just hope South Carolina doesn't fart around and think that Landon Powell's in the bag and feel like they don't have to recruit him hard.
Yeah. At 10:21 a.m. this morning, Landon Powell told me that he had not been contacted as of yet from South Carolina. 6 minutes later, I believe, is about when the news broke. So it was very, very soon after I talked to Coach Powell that the news did break. Again, things could change, right? Things could obviously change. But I just think that South Carolina, while Diesel, I can admit that Ray's got to get this right. I understand that people thinking that hiring Landon could be a risk. I understand their philosophy. I just don't think it is. I think they should go get him, and I think that he would do a tremendous job.
Yeah, you hire the guy who knows how to win, who's not a retread from another SEC school. Again, the guys who you want, the big names that you want, I don't know that you can afford. I mean, that would be a huge shock if the last go around 7 years ago, the Board of Trustees said your cap is $800K, and all of a sudden now they're going to add $1 million to that. I mean, Kevin O'Sullivan is probably the highest paid candidate that you may be going after. I mean, I'd be flabbergasted, flummoxed if guys like Chris Pollard at Duke are making anywhere close to that. I would guess that Duke's probably paying Pollard somewhere around $750.
I don't know how.
I mean, that would just be a guess. That's not based on any intel or anything. But I mean, if you're going to hire away the head coach from East Carolina, if you're going to hire away the assistant at Tennessee, I mean, it's going to take you $1 million to get some of those guys.
It seemed as if the writing was on the wall yesterday. This might not be the best quality audio, but here's a very quick, 3-second answer. When Mark Kingston yesterday was asked if he felt like he had the support from the administration.
Everybody in South Carolina wants to win at a high level.
That was it. That was the answer. Everybody at South Carolina wants to win at a high level. The question was, Coach, do you feel like you have the support of the administration? His answer was, everybody at South Carolina wants to win at a high level.
Trey's got jokes. He says, hire Landon Powell so that he doesn't have to be a trailblazer.
Oh, man, that's a good one.
Yeah,
good joke.
Good one. And let's see here. Texter says, I will loose my absolute bleep if we don't hire Landon Powell. Well, just clench a little bit, Texter, and you won't loose your bleep. You know what I'm saying?
What is this text
Spelling
below
matters.
that? Awful lot of South Carolina fans want Landon Powell, says a texter. And as a Clemson supporter, I hope they get him. Ha ha. I just don't know. I don't know why people have this notion that because you haven't coached D1, you can't do it. I mean, there's a lot of people that go into careers, Diesel, that have never done that career before, and they kill
Look
it.
at us.
Yeah, I mean, we just got hired off the street, right?
Yeah.
We were working at Chicken Salad Chick before, right?
Yeah, I got my key fob out of a Cracker Jack box. What are you talking about? I mean, it's always a crapshoot, and look, from what we know about Landon Powell, from our conversations that we've had with Landon Powell, he's very, very happy at North Greenville. I would assume he's making decent money. I would also assume it's not life-changing, massive money.
It's not.
But I mean, if he can live a comfortable lifestyle doing what he loves, I mean, then it's enough, right?
Yeah.
So Landon does not seem to be the type of guy who will go take a job at a Sunbelt school or go take a job at a Conference USA school just so that he can get this Division I experience on his resume.
I agree with you.
He seems to be the type of guy, and maybe, I don't know. Again, I don't know what's in Landon's heart. I don't know where his mindset is on this. Maybe he's the type of guy who thinks, I don't need that because the dream job that I want, South Carolina will hire me based on the experience that I have here at North Greenville. I don't know if that's his mentality.
Quick scoring update. Top of the first inning, North Carolina, LSU are still scoreless. However, the Tar Heels, with no outs, have 3 runners on and are a base hit away from really busting this thing open.
Let's go Tigers.
This is a fantastic game. If you're not watching, if you haven't really done a good job of watching college baseball, this is going to be a really good game.
Yeah.
Is your TV ahead of my TV?
It might be.
Or did you just see the pitch that almost hit him?
I'm on 2-0. Yeah, so I think we're pretty much synced in. Yeah, LSU's pitcher throws high and tight, almost catches the North Carolina batter, almost walked in the first run by pitch.
That'd be not the ideal start.
He's not getting a very solid start here.
You know, LSU, they're a good team. Their bats, again, very much like Clemson, their bats are deadly. Their pitching is not the best, but it really seems as if this year there's a common trend that there's some pitching that I don't want to say is questionable, but the pitching's not star-studded in a lot of these teams. I mean, there are vulnerabilities for every team on every pitching staff. And that's why I think a team like Clemson has as good a shot as anyone.
Score update, LSU is pulling their starting pitcher as he has just walked a run in. North Carolina takes a 1-0 lead. Still top of the first, no outs. Wow. We saw this.
Not good.
We saw this. Was it the South Carolina James Madison game? Somebody in the first inning yesterday. I don't remember what game I was watching. They were already talking to and I think pulling a starter in the first inning.
It's happened a lot this past weekend. And before we hit a break, and we're going to have Jack Veltri of Gamecock Central in the very next segment. But before we hit a break, Diesel, getting back to Clemson, because I know we talked a lot about South Carolina today with Mark Kingston, but let's not let the news slip under the table, if you will, that Clemson last night in front of a 34,000 people punched their ticket to the Super Regional. They will host Florida. And I think that Clemson Diesel has as good a shot to get to the World Series. They're now 2 wins away from punching their ticket to Omaha. And if you get there, if you're one of those 8, who knows, right? But at the end of the day, Clemson's bats are what can get them there.
We will see the debate play out in the Supers. Can a middle-of-the-road SEC team beat a top end of the conference ACC team? You know, it's the same conversation we have when it comes to football. People argue that middling 5-5, 6-6 SEC teams are better than 9-win ACC teams. Well, guess what? We're going to find out in the Supers with Florida and Clemson.
No, you're right. We will. And it should be a fantastic series. I can tell you this, Diesel. If there were 34,000 people there last night, I was there. It was packed. If there were 34,000 there last night, I cannot imagine what this weekend will be like. Because in the upstate this weekend, I mean, I don't know. We may have to talk about this later in the week, Diesel, but let's talk about one of the greatest weekends for the upstate in a random month of June where there's no like local sports going on. And you have Clemson hosting a regional or super regional, the BMW Charity Pro-Am. Like there's going to be a lot of buzz here this weekend. There are going to be a lot of people coming to the upstate. This is a great time for the upstate and Clemson to be playing in the super regionals. And you and I, we think are going to be at the BMW Charity Pro-Am later this week. It's going to be a lot of fun, man. I can't wait.
Really looking forward to it. And hey, on the other side, we're going to get deep into the weeds with Jack Veltri of Gamecock Central, a conversation that we had with him earlier in the 4:00 hour. If you missed it, we'll bring it back for you next on the Fan Upstate.
10% expected it to happen. I figured it was going to happen this morning, but I couldn't be too sure. I got a few, heads ups that like, hey, this is happening. And then I also, heard from some sources and stuff that there was going to be a team meeting this morning. So once that all came out and then eventually getting some confirmation from the university, it just made sense. And I will give some credit where it's due. I mean, give credit to Ray Tanner and the whole administration for being on top of this, because the transfer portal opened today and then it closes in about a month, July 2nd. So you really have to be on top of this and get the hiring process going. Because, I mean, your season's over. There are good candidates out there that their seasons are over too now. So it's really time to put the wheels in motion and get this thing rolling.
Jack, let's talk about that hiring process as Jack Veltri of Gamecock Central joins us here on Wire to Wire on the Fan Upstate. We understand that South Carolina has a little bit of a different process with things going through the Board of Trustees and with them kind of setting the budget for how much they are able to spend, that the Ray Tanner is able to offer. How does that compare to other universities competing in the SEC to the best of your knowledge?
Yeah, so I don't know exactly. I don't know what kind of like number, dollar sign they have in mind for this hiring process. I have to imagine. Look, I think if the right guy is out there, they're gonna go spend the money. In my opinion, there's no reason to hold back. I think after the last two hires, like, look, when Ray Tanner's time ended as head coach of Carolina after 2012. They brought in Chad Holbrook, and that was an immediate, great hire at the time. It's just one of those that it was the right hire, just didn't work out. And then with Kingston, you had other options. I think everyone knew that, Kevin O'Sullivan was the top choice for South Carolina, but because Florida won the College World Series, that changed things. And then you had also Tom Walter, who had a ton of interest in Carolina, but he ended up staying at Wake Forest because South Carolina ended up going with Mark Kingston. So I think with this hiring process,
I think we've got him back. Let's try this again. Jack, we got you loud and clear, my man.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes. We got you, brother. We appreciate that. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no, sorry about that. Anyway, so I think what I was saying is that I don't think you can't, I'm trying not to use the word cheap, but you can't be cheap with how you want to go about hiring a coach. Like, there's definitely coaches out there that are going to require a bigger paycheck. But I think if it's the right guy, if it's one of these top guys they want out there, like Chris Pollard or, Godwin from ECU or, O'Connell, McDonald, someone like that, then you're going to have to fork out a little more maybe. But, I mean, if you're going for a guy like Landon Powell or Monty Lee, they might, just take whatever and, sign on in a heartbeat.
What would fan reaction be to hiring Monty Lee? I mean, obviously, we know that he spent time as the head coach at Clemson. He's been on staff multiple times there at South Carolina. Would that leave fans just utterly disappointed? Or in your mind, is there a contingent of Gamecock fans who would see the silver, or in this case, the garnet lining, if that was the decision?
I'm glad you brought that up because while I have been driving today, I have stopped a few times and I've been going on Twitter and seeing, a bunch of the recruits from, different signing classes and stuff for South Carolina tweeting out their support for Monty Lee to become the next head coach. And, after the firing of Kingston, Monty Lee was named the interim head coach. So we'll have to see what happens with that if it becomes full-time. Look, I think I started taking it a little more serious when I see a guy like PJ Morlando showing his support for Monty Lee and why it was a big part of deciding on South Carolina. Now, obviously, he still may go down the MLB draft route, but like, if the difference between keeping a bunch of these big names in the recruiting classes to come to Carolina because of Monty Lee, I don't know. I mean, he's not the first name on my list. I think he's a great asset as a recruiter and an assistant coach, and I think he would do a very good job at some smaller schools around South Carolina that have openings right now, like Citadel or Winthrop. But I think you got to go outside of your comfort zone to go find, one of these big names out there that can really get you to where you want to go. I just don't know if Monty Lee can do that, considering his track record at Clemson and such. It's not a risky hire, but it's a safe hire, in my opinion.
You know, what's interesting about that, Jack, is Monty Lee was brought in to help along those lines, to help along the recruiting lines. If you don't hire Monty, you go outside and get someone else. Does a guy like Monty Lee even stay? Because I don't think he does.
So I've heard from talking to, other media members and people that Monty has interest in the Citadel job. That's opening. And, he's a Charleston guy, so that makes sense. That would be a tough place to win, but I think, considering it's a military school and stuff, but I definitely think, I don't know. I don't know. It depends on who they bring in, I think, as your head coach next after Kingston. I think whatever you got to do to keep Lee as an assistant on staff, I just think he's very valuable as a recruiter, like I said, and an assistant. But at the same time, he does deserve a fair shot in the interviewing process, but I just don't see I just think there's some better candidates out there maybe.
So, Jack, obviously when you have a head coach that leaves or is fired, a lot of times some of the best talent on the team does end up transferring elsewhere. In your mind, is Monty Lee equipped to keep a lot of this talent like Cole Messina, Chris Veach, guys like them, keep them on the roster, or is it does it really matter if they bring Monty Lee or retain Monty Lee for that position?
I think there's a big difference if Monty stays or leaves. I think if he stays, in whatever capacity that may be, head coach, assistant, whatever it may be, from what I can tell and what I've heard, the players love playing for him. And I think that's why you're also seeing all this waves of support right now for his, potential hiring as a head coach. Now, I think you're still going to lose some guys. I think that's just natural. Some guys may have come from Mark Kingston. And if that's the case, then I definitely expect to see some names enter the portal. But if Lee is around in some capacity or even the head coach, I could definitely see a good chunk of this team sticking around. But my thing is, I think it would just be good to get a fresh start. Clean house with the coaching staff, maybe try to keep Lee on, and then just bring in some new, fresh talent. Because, again, it's not all Kingston's fault this season. I think he's a good coach, and it's just tough to win in college baseball these days. And, I don't agree with all the decisions he makes, but, some of the players, the execution in the final game of the season just kind of showed me okay, you went 0 for 20 with runners in scoring position this weekend. You didn't get the job done. You made some silly mistakes still. There's some work to be done, and I wouldn't be opposed to seeing some new faces in there to kind of bolster the lineup and maybe the pitching staff too. But at the same time, you got to have a good mix of, guys coming back and, new faces coming in. But we'll see what happens.
Jack, there's been a lot of talk in the past 24 hours. A lot of the fan base is opposed to a guy like Landon Powell from North Greenville, while there's another part of the fan base that does want to see Landon Powell, a former Gamecock, get a chance at this job. Your thoughts on them getting someone, I know he didn't have D1 experience, but someone like a Powell?
Here's my take on it, and it's pretty simple. If he were not a former Gamecock, would you even consider hiring him? In my opinion, it's a big no.
Really?
Now, yes. I've spoken to Landon before. He's a great guy. He loves South Carolina. Even when I talked to him right after he won the national championship at North Greenville, doing a story on it and stuff. And I asked him about, Carolina and stuff, and he said he loves it and, would always be open to the opportunity if it presented itself. I just think it's risky to hire someone that doesn't have the D1 SEC baseball experience. Look, you could say the same thing about Mark Kingston when he was hired. He came straight from the USF. So from that aspect, you could go out and do it. I think the fans would love it. But at the same time, I think at this stage in the game, you haven't been to Omaha since 2012. You can't be playing games. You can't be doing that. You got to go out there and get the best guy for the job. And if it is Landon Powell, then so be it. But like, there are also other candidates out there that I think would be better right now and could get you to Omaha quicker than say a Powell could. Just because we don't know what to expect because he hasn't been in these type of situations at this level as a head coach.
Jack, I want to make you privy to a tweet that a poll that I put up on Twitter earlier today. I asked the question, Gamecock fans, what's scarier, another year of Mark Kingston or another unknown Ray Tanner hired? And obviously, I posted this before the news broke. 44%, so nearly half, said they're afraid of an unknown hire, which to me speaks to a lot of Gamecock fans and their just lack of faith in Ray Tanner to hire the right guy. Do you think that's fair? Do you think that's unfounded? How do you feel about it?
So when I'm like, there's a bunch of names out there in this whole coaching cycle. And I think the names that I'm seeing, like, I'm fine with them. Like, you got your Chris Pollards of the world, the associate head coach at Tennessee. I can't remember his name off the top of my head. Even Landon Powell and Monty Lee, like, there are good candidates out there for this job. And, I wouldn't agree with Ray keeping it in-house and going with Monty or Landon Powell. But I do think, I think people, if Ray hires an unknown, like someone else that doesn't have Carolina in them, it doesn't mean it's a bad hire. I just think you need someone that's shown that they can make it far. It doesn't have to be like, oh, they don't have a College World Series on their resume, like some coaches do. But if they're consistent and getting you to where they can go with the resources they have at maybe a smaller school, in terms of baseball, like Duke or ECU, imagine what you could do at South Carolina, which is definitely a bigger, SEC coaching job where you're going to have enough to do what you want to do.
Jack Veltri joining us on Wire to Wire, Gamecock Central. Jack, my last question for you. When you look at South Carolina, do you think that the Board of Trustees from the Mark Kingston and Chad Holbrook experiment, do you think that they do give Ray Tanner an open checkbook and allow him to go get whoever he wants?
I think you do. I think you do. He's got to hit on this hire. He has to hit on this hire, and I'm probably gonna write a story on this tomorrow, kind of on why I think this hire. I think this hire is the most important of his tenure as an AD. He's hired Lamont Paris, and he's given Dawn Staley a contract extension and all that, and Shane Beamer. But Chad Holbrook and Mark Kingston are not exactly home run hires. This has to be the one. And look, I don't know what it's going to take. I think you're going to have to, if you have to open your pocketbook a little bit, do it. And just, look, make sure it's the right deal, the right coach. And if Ray's feeling good about it, I trust his judgment. He's won College World Series before, and I know people want to, dog him for his tenure as an AD and stuff. And, I partially agree. He's a much better coach than he is AD, but I do trust his judgment enough as a baseball mind to go out there and get what he wants.
Jack, listen, great stuff as always, man. We appreciate you taking time to join us today on a very, very busy day, and great work that you do for Gamecock Central. We look forward to having you back on soon, man.
I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Have a good one.
Absolutely. That is Jack Veltri of Gamecock Central. Always does a fantastic job, Diesel. The very next segment, the NBA Finals, the NHL Finals are set. We take a look at who will be competing for it all in the NBA as well in the NHL. He is Diesel. I'm Cole Bryson, and this is the Fan Upstate. So you close that. Go wild. Number two. Put up there on the end of the first one. Yep, right there.
I was kind of wondering how we're going to.
So it's just 2 seconds. then fill that.
What about the utility thing or whatever?
The utility right there, and then mute my mic on the StreamYard where my camera is.
And the Atlanta Braves with the day off today, they're in Boston Tuesday to begin the 2-game series with the Red Sox.
Where my picture is. It shows the same one, but it does a different one. To the right, right there. Yep. where he's got to get it done. Like, he's been in Boston now for a good while. He's still a young player, but Jason Tatum has choked, I'll use the word, in the playoffs. So if you're a fan, if you're a casual fan watching, I'll tell you this, Diesel. Watch to see what the Boston Celtics do when it comes to guarding Luka Doncic, because you talked about it a couple of weeks ago, and we've talked about it before, but he's pretty much right now unguardable. You talked about how his pace is so slow, and it seems weird because it is. He's like slow motion moves down the court, but guess what? Nobody can guard him.
I think, is Luka the knuckleball of NBA players? I mean, like, you would think a knuckleball, which probably coming in at 60 miles an hour for the most knuckleball pitchers.
Yeah.
And the weird motion on it is just, that's not what these guys are used to defending. So
no, that's a great example. It's a great analogy. I would say that Nikola Jokic, I thought it was that knuckleball, but Minnesota knocked him out. They've still won a championship. They're still phenomenal, reigning champs. Denver. I'm talking about Denver. But Diesel, Luka, yeah, he is that is a very good analogy. He is hard to grasp. He is hard to kind of figure out how to guard because, listen, he's a point guard, but he looks slow, right? He doesn't look very athletic. But if you put someone on him that's undersized, the problem you'll run into is Luka's also sneaky strong. Like, he's a really strong guy. Diesel, what's fascinating is, and I'll have to show you this video. You know what I think the it factor is for Luka Doncic? The videos that you watch from when he played overseas, and you've seen like overseas soccer matches and stuff, you know how the crowd is at these overseas soccer matches or overseas basketball games. Like, the crowd is unbelievable compared to what an NBA crowd is. People are standing the whole time. They're chanting, top of their lungs, screaming.
I have no reason to ever go to an MLS game.
Yeah.
But if I'm ever in Europe, you bet your ass I'm going to a Bundesliga game or an EPL game.
Yeah.
I'm going because that's an atmosphere that can't be rivaled.
It cannot be.
That is an atmosphere that rivals college football.
Oh, it does. And it's probably better. So my point is, Diesel, that's where Luka played. Like, I saw a video this past weekend of Luka playing in that environment, and the caption was like, y'all wonder why Luka doesn't get rattled in Boston, right? Well, he's used to it. He's used to a lot more than that. And that's what's fascinating. I am worried, though. I'm pulling for Dallas in this series. However, Diesel, I am worried that Boston's the deeper team. So as these finals start on Thursday, one thing you and I need to watch, one thing we need to keep our little eyes on, bench points, okay? What team consistently through the first 2 to 3 games gives you more from the bench? I could be wrong, but I think Boston has the deeper bench. And I think that could, again, Kyrie and Luka together are almost unguardable right now. But, you know, you have to have contributions from your bench. And Boston's a deep team, man. Should be a lot of fun. And then in the NHL, Dallas dropped the Western Conference Finals game. So we have the Florida Panthers versus the Edmonton Oilers? Is that right? How about that? So Oilers, Panthers for the Stanley Cup. I do not follow the NHL as closely as I do the NBA, but I know that Florida Diesel, they're there again for the second year in a row. They're tough. It's going to be interesting to see if Florida can repeat.
My brother-in-law is a huge Tampa Bay Lightning fan. And this has got to be really chapping his ass watching his not rival team, but an in-state team that never really had a whole lot of history, you know? And that's one of those teams when you say Florida Panthers, you're like, what sport are you talking about? I think your lay person, if you walked up to them and said, hey, what league does the Florida Panthers play in?
Sure.
They wouldn't have a clue.
No, I don't think they would.
It doesn't make sense. I mean, like, what don't you call them, like the Ice Panthers or something, right? Something that gives you some clue of what's going on. I mean, Florida Panthers are where? They're in Miami, right?
That's a good question.
Is that the Miami team? Because, like, I mean, how it's not a good name. It's a crap name. Like, you got to pick something a little bit better, a little bit more unique, a little bit more
Sunrise.
Florida. So is that basically Miami?
That's Fort Lauderdale.
Fort Lauderdale.
Yeah. Yep.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
So still South Florida.
Yeah, that is not far from Miami, is it? Fort Lauderdale? I don't think
Has
it's
Miami
far
ever
at all.
had an NHL team?
It's a great question. Great question. I don't know that Miami's really maybe.
They are considered. That is considered to be the Miami
town.
Metro.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, that is considered to be the Miami Metro.
Okay,
but
wow.
If you're saying it's in Fort Lauderdale, that is not Miami.
Yeah, that is fascinating. I really don't know if. I know that Florida has those hockey. 2 hockey teams in Florida? Is that right?
That's right.
I not following the NHL as I closely do, like the NBA. I'll still watch because playoff hockey's fascinating. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I love it, but I will watch. It is fascinating. So
little live update for you here on the score. The number 4 overall seed, North Carolina, up 2-1 against LSU. North Carolina scored 2 in the top half of the first. LSU responded, got 1. Clearly, they with the LSU pitching change, they've been able to stem the tide of what's going on there in Chapel Hill.
Also, Braves are off today.
Braves are off today, so they can't lose.
That's right.
There's that. Yeah. There's that. This is, I believe, the second to last game of the day. There's one more to go later on this evening. That would be UConn versus Oklahoma. Winner of obviously goes on to the Supers. Other scores from earlier today: Florida 4, Oklahoma State 2.
There's your Clemson opponent.
That's going to be your Clemson opponent. Evansville. This is one of the big shockers of the tournament so far, Cole, is that Evansville knocked off East Carolina in their home ballpark to advance to the Supers. Shout out to them. That's what's going on in college baseball. The Super Regionals next week, Cole. Really excited about that. But North Carolina up 2-1 on LSU, bottom of the second inning. Appreciate you, Tolos, watching with us throughout the entire show today. If you want to go back and catch anything that you missed, anything you want to pick right back up where you left off, try the rewind feature available on the Odyssey app. That's where you can go and find the exact segment where you left off. You can jump right back in. Thanks for listening. Catch you tomorrow right here on the Fan Upstate.